welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. We're live. Kickoff Hour is something we do each and every day, kicking things off for the Rick and Bubba Show as we get you prepared for the main show. 1 hour from now, Rick and Bubba join us. Well, got a little happy for the staff today, and that is that Buffalo Wild Wings will be presenting another charity charge check today, which means they'll have food here. Yep, we'll be grazing, gentlemen, at the Buffalo Wild Wings table. Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge check presentation today, and it's a big one. Last month's charity was Grace Klein Community. We'll have them with us today and present them their check and announce the Monday charity charge beneficiary, and to go out and enjoy some Buffalo Wild Wings Monday. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings, where 10% of food sales goes to the charity of the month. And we got a couple of updates. We got to send Helmsy off. He's all fired up, ready to go, get his toes in the sand with the family. A lot of handles to get there, but I mean, you know, when you got a family of 5 and friends, you're taking basically a small team, so you're trying to get everybody organized and ready to go. We'll update you there as well. Eddie Van Adler's here. Greg Burgess is there. I just mentioned Helmsy. It's the Good Time Gang. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good? Hey. Everybody fired up? Ready
Gentlemen.
to go?
Yeah, excited to be
Fired
here.
up. 1, 2.
Short week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Got caught up in it.
Short week.
So, how you doing?
I'm good.
You doing
I'm good?
You
Yeah.
doing good?
Yeah. Not off to the best start this morning.
Uh-oh.
Of course, a couple things. I do this thing when we go on a trip anywhere, okay? If we go to Gadsden to see my parents, I can't – y'all have heard me talk about I can't stand being in a dirty car.
Yeah.
Who wants that?
Dirty car.
But it
Dirty
makes
car.
0 sense for me to clean the vehicle up in order to get in a car with a bunch of kids and go on a trip.
No, well, unless you're making room for more trash.
Yeah.
It makes
Yeah.
0
Right.
sense.
Well, at some point, you do have to beat it down so it's
But-
not
Let me
too
get this
overwhelming.
trash out so you can throw some more on.
But yesterday, I spent a good hour or so just – the car looks immaculate. I don't think the car has looked this good since we got the
Shining like new money.
It
Well, look
is.
at you. Did you
But-
walk around and look at it?
But
a
I'm
little bit?
questioning my sanity a little
How
bit.
many miles down the road before it's
I mean, I'll be screaming about trash by
I'm
the
gonna
time
give
we
you-
get to Montgomery.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm going to give you the Montgomery.
I got to tell you, I've done the same. I get where you're
Yeah.
at. I mean, you want a clean car, you want a nice car, and then plus,
yeah, but trips are just that's
well,
open season on
they
dropping
are,
bags
they
and
are,
bottles.
but at least you've got it broke down to where it's not dirty. Now you're throwing everything else on top.
Dirty
of it.
car.
As I was running the shop
You had
vac
your trash.
yesterday, under seats.
Feet on the seat.
I was saying things out loud like, wasted time, what you doing? This is stupid, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But, hey, it's
You
clean.
made room for the trash.
It's clean for a moment. I even Amanda, weird deal this morning. Amanda was up, and I was like, "What are you doing up?" She's like, "I got a bunch of stuff to pack and get ready and blah blah blah."
I'm excited.
And I said, "Well, which car you want me to take this morning?" And she said, "It doesn't matter." So I drove the one we're taking this morning, just so I could be in a clean car for just a moment.
Oh.
You know, just enjoy it
Okay.
because I know that it's going to end.
Plus,
soon.
you got to gas it up.
Not sure what was
Gas
going
it
on with
back.
Braden this morning. He's sitting straight up on the couch, just dead asleep. I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Just asleep. I mean, just out, sitting
done that.
straight up.
But my
Straight
head
up.
Don't know
oh,
how
my
long
God.
he's been like that. Finally nudged him. Huh?
What?
I said, "What are you doing?"
What day is it?
Huh? He looked to his left, he looked to his right, and he goes, I didn't even know I was sitting like this. And I said, "Hey, you might have to lay down and get some sleep." And he just laid down.
Oh,
See,
he
didn't say a
sleep
word.
on the way.
I can't believe you woke him up. I would have just pushed him over.
Started to do that.
and just let
No.
him fall.
Or go get that bucket of water and put his hand in it and make him pee on himself. Remember that?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
We all
one.
used to do that.
Yeah, who didn't do that?
Yeah. I felt bad one time. We did that to a kid.
Yeah.
Felt horrible about it.
Y'all horse laughed and pointed at him.
I
Did you
wasn't
ever
part
put-
of the horse laughing. I really wasn't a part of it.
Oh, I would have been
I
screaming.
just
Did you ever
felt
put-
bad.
I liked a good one.
Did you ever put that foam shaving cream on their nose?
Yeah,
and then,
tickle it.
and tickle it, and then,
Yeah.
and then
You
just
put it in
all
their
goes
hand,
in.
yeah.
Looks like somebody threw a pie on their face.
Yeah.
That was good.
We was on the bus.
Hey,
one
you didn't
time.
ever want to fall asleep first.
We was on the bus one time and a buddy of mine fell asleep sitting straight up. with his mouth open. Somebody found an old piece of gum in the floor that hadn't been chewed but was out of the pack.
Yeah.
And they stuck it in his mouth, and he was sitting there. And we watched him as he started to feel it. He came waking up. He said he was dreaming it was his tongue, and he couldn't get it back in his mouth. And we watched him. It was awesome.
The details of things you remember.
Oh, I love
Unbelievable.
stuff like that. Come
Yeah.
on.
Who
Now,
don't
anything
like-
important I don't remember.
Right.
But
Y'all know one of the things that I think is perfect. And I didn't choose this, okay? But you know what the place is called that we're saying?
No.
Siesta.
Ooh.
Now, how awesome is that?
Nice.
A guy that likes to take a nap is staying at
I thought
Siesta.
it'd be Windy Beach
If
or
it,
something.
right, if it ever gets a little hectic, you have to remind the family where
Hey,
you're staying.
y'all
hey,
do know
hey.
where we're
I'm
staying.
taking a break.
Yeah. And I realize it's spelled out C as in SEA. I get
But
that.
that's okay.
But that the play
That's
on
just
words
play.
with the
That's just
naming
some-
is
I'm being sharp.
yeah. I like it.
You
And-
how
and
I
I will
you know
bring
how I
that
am
up at
about
some point.
acronyms and that
Yeah.
stuff like that, and
Right.
acronyms kind of bother me.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
Siesta.
So it will be Helmsy-less the last couple of days this week. He'll be
Nope.
out at Siesta having a good time. Got a tall neck. And he'll have his
That's
toe-
not what'll be happening.
toes in the sand,
nose in his hand, little drunk.
cold beer in hand,
Y'all have me drinking and what in the
on
world?
your family vacation.
Yeah, that's
Where did Daddy go? He's wandered off.
Like Dad's asleep on the beach again.
That's not Mama.
He ain't read that book he's holding. Yeah, he's like he's.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Now I'm just singing. Now I'm just singing.
It's out of there. That was you.
That was him.
Well, I'm just talking about
Nah.
kids could say that. You know, they can't.
What's
they
Dad
can't-
dancing? What's he doing?
Hey, well, you know what? Y'all need at least one date night together. You and Amanda, just go off.
Yeah.
Can you do that? You think with those age?
Well, you having
Probably.
A
kids?
Probably.
Yeah.
Caroline's
Hop?
pretty responsible.
I know Braden doesn't need to be in charge, but
No.
You'll find him.
Him and
asleep.
his buddy will do. They'll do whatever.
They'll be asleep sitting on the couch.
yeah, straight up. But you have to appreciate that. He
yeah.
wasn't ready for bed, fell asleep, and he wasn't under the covers
done
or
that.
anything. So I know you would appreciate.
I just don't know how long he's been like that. How long has he been up?
Mm-hmm.
See, my guess is probably one or
He's
two.
probably gonna sleep on the way on the trip.
Yeah.
But his buddy will be wide awake.
Can I tell you, Terry scared me half to death talking about being up. I didn't know she had gotten up, sound asleep, taking a shower.
Jared is
She's sound asleep. I've taken a shower, whatever. I go into the garage. Garage, buddy. You go into the closet. I don't know why. I went
You
to
go in the garage, get dressed.
I also went to the garage to get something.
What was
this
Terry out
morning.
there changing a tire? Why was she in the garage?
We had chairs in the back of the truck. This is how weird the mind, and this is why I have issues. I think I did go into the garage and put some chairs
So
in the
that was in
garage,
your mind.
and it was in my mind. So anyway, I went into the closet. She is dead asleep. I come out of the closet, and you know, if the light's been
Oh,
on
boy.
wherever you're at, and you turn the light off, and you go into a
Gotta
dark room,
adjust.
your
Yeah.
eyes are like, whoa. And then, so I turned left, going into the bathroom, and we run into each other, and I was like, I was like, what
Yeah, your body does a little breakdown.
yeah, because I'm like, she was just in the bed. What are you doing?
That was a ghost.
Had to use the restroom, and I didn't know. We bumped into each other. Of course, she's sleepwalking. You know, she's half asleep.
Don't wake me up.
And I literally about hit the wall.
What the? I don't know. Something's happening to me. I keep waking up 1 hour before I'm supposed
I'm
to
doing
get
the
up.
same thing.
1 hour.
Really?
Exactly.
Like it's
every
going
day.
on like 2 weeks in a
Maybe
row.
y'all think
Serious?
are y'all
Yes.
thinking about each other?
That's weird.
It is
I'm
weird.
serious. It'll be exactly 1 hour.
I know.
I don't know. That's
Yeah,
something
it is
weird. I
weird.
don't know what we've done got into.
Wow.
It's been going on it's at least 2 weeks, maybe longer
Oh,
for me.
too. At least.
All right,
At least
we'll
I'm
take
not
a
in it
break.
by myself.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We celebrate another charity charge today by awarding another charity charge check to last month's charity, and so we'll do that a little bit later today. That means Buffalo Wild Wings is dropping off food, boys. So y'all get ready for that.
Yep.
And I know, Helmsy, you're kind of in a little bit of a pickle on what to do. And I know we're focusing on you, and we'll move on here after this. But you're, yeah. I mean, you don't want to eat things that you know your stomach,
So
reacts negatively when you're you're about to go on a road trip. You don't want to do that.
Ever since I've had my gallbladder out,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I can't handle certain foods anymore.
Can't handle it.
And two food groups.
So they get a pass straight through. They don't stop.
It's a rough day. Okay, there's two, and these are two things that I love so much.
Right.
Okay, one of them's pizza, and one of them's hot wings. And for some reason, I mean, it is a big time decision. And Amanda even gets on me, like the other day, for example, over the weekend or maybe last Thursday or something. Hey, why don't we do pizza tonight? And I've told her in the past, hey, anytime I do that, shut it down. Like completely shut it down. Get in my face, get mad at me, slap me around.
Slap you around.
Tell me that it's going to be miserable tomorrow.
Okay.
Go ahead and get it.
What if she really
Worst
did slap
case scenario?
you around?
And I've noticed
What if
pizza.
she took a whip and hit you?
I've noticed pizza is a next day.
Okay. But wings are
Wings
within hours.
Yes, it's
Put
within.
that down, honey.
So I mean I'm in a pickle today.
You
really because
just eat
I
a couple
love Buffalo Wild
Just
Wings.
eat a couple of them.
All right, so let me ask you this. You said hot wings.
Mhm.
So, sorry, stupid question here. The mild they bring are the ones that don't have any sauce on them at all. Could you go that route?
I could go
is it the hot sauce?
I could, yeah. It's
Is
the
it-
sauce that kills
it's
me.
the sauce.
I could eat the chicken, the plain
So
chicken.
like
they bring.
Asian zing and all that, you stay away from?
Yes.
That
Okay.
hot sauce
See,
come through that quick.
Uh-huh.
You can't touch it with a powder puff.
I mean. And then,
Asian zing and
Why would-
anything up medium and
Ooh,
up.
Asian zing, look out.
Daddy, why are we stopping so much?
Yeah.
Daddy, you got a red rump.
Daddy had Asian zing, kids. Hang on.
Hang on.
Do what, honey?
But that'll be a true battle for me today in that kitchen.
Just get you a little handful.
Yeah.
But see,
Oh, get you them cauliflower ones.
they'll tear me up too. Yeah, I don't know. It's those are two things I have not defeated.
Really?
Yeah, pizza and hot wings.
Well, sometimes it's worth it. I don't know if I got a long trip ahead of me.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I would, if I didn't have the trip, I would probably go, you know what? I'm just going to spend a few hours today being miserable.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't do that if I'm
Eating
driving
those,
for 5 hours.
Right. This is going to be the car if you do eat them today.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell? People that are overweight, wanting to lose weight, come down here. You won't eat for a week.
Thank you for that.
I forgot all about him.
Daddy, why are the windows down all the way there?
Go on, eat for a week.
Is that Hank from Hendersonville?
Hank from Hendersonville.
Oh, yeah.
Golly, I love Hank.
Who doesn't love Hank?
I like him and Halfhead.
Oh, Halfhead's great. Don't do drugs.
Don't do drugs.
That and the guy that
Obama, he likes to smoke. I don't know what that
He'd like to smoke a joint.
Yeah, I like that.
Blunt.
Yeah, and the guy that
Lucky
made,
enough.
and the guy that said something about they made him eat his beard.
Yeah, no,
You remember that?
One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
You know what? You're going to have a hard time forcing me to eat my beard.
Yeah, how do you do that?
Cut my beard.
And force me to eat it.
All right.
And hold that mouth. What do they do? Just
Eat it. Eat it.
yeah. So we'll be monitoring you because I know it's going to be tough, and because they normally bring a pretty good spread. Maybe you can pick one of the pans
What about
that,
an onion
that just
ring?
will
How's it
fit you
do?
well. Yeah.
Onion
Is
ring's
it
fine.
So it's not the fried food. It's it's the sauce that gets you fired up.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Sausage
Yeah.
jam.
I have not figured out the pizza yet. I think it's the sauce too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
But see, what's weird
Dirty
is
sauce.
I can handle spaghetti, no problem. I would think that's kind of
Yeah,
similar
you think-
sauce.
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Lasagna's fine. I don't know. The whole
I'll tell you about how much I love lasagna.
Do you tear it up?
Yes.
Huh? You
we
tear
had
it up?
some the
Kidding
other
me?
night.
My mother
Golly.
makes it. It's so good. I'll eat till I'm just sick. I can't even move. I just lay there. Man.
That's what it was. That's what started right there. Lasagna is what started the pizza conversation because we've got a little Italian place right down the road, and
Filipinos.
we normally that's where we get a lot of pizza, but they do lasagna too. And Amanda said, "Hey, we ought to get some lasagna. Just get lasagna." And I said, "Hey, if you go there, you're gonna have to get me a pizza too." That's that's how the pizza started. She was like, "You know how that's gonna be."
You know what? Terry pulled up to the house. I guess it was day before yesterday with some Papa Murphy's. She had stopped and she said, "Hey, got some pizzas." Of course, you'd get mad. I mean, she asked me. I was wondering.
She should have waited till I was at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall on a remote, and she could have come back and got some free gift cards.
I said, "Well, Kevin would be proud." I was wondering what happened because I didn't know what she had. She just was in a hurry, and she said, "Hey, do me a favor and get the oven on 375 or something like that."
It was that gluten one, wasn't it?
It's for her, yeah. She had a gluten free.
Greg, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I had the pepperoni.
You just hear
I tore it
gluten.
up.
I agree with I think it was John Panette said he didn't know what gluten was, but it must be really good.
Yeah.
That was a great line.
Right.
Not sure what it is, but it must taste really good because it's not there, and I'm not as excited.
They were good. She called pizza night, brought them in.
You worked your way through it.
Yeah, no, I mean I like it. It was she had. I didn't eat the gluten free, even though I've eaten it before. The first time I ate it, I didn't realize it was gluten free, and it's
really
fine.
not bad.
No, it was
Tore
good.
your stomach up.
No, it didn't. What is wrong with
I
you?
think you're supposed to prevent things like that, Greg.
Yeah.
You may have IBS-C. We got a commercial next break you need to listen to. And you'll hear it every break.
Yeah. All right, so when we come back, I got a couple of updates. There's a shortage of something that's going to be happening this summer, the experts say, when it comes to food that we need to be aware of.
Predicting shortages.
Yeah, you know how that is. And then I've got an idea for Greg and Mr. Buddy. I just want to present that. I know Mr. Buddy.
I'd like to get him involved in more things.
Right.
He don't have enough to do.
And look, you might even be able to help Marty out.
Y'all can do this together.
Yeah.
Marty was there when I left this morning. You never
know what you're talking about.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. You're listening to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Kickoff hours live. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now for the main show. Be standing by for that. Today we'll award another charity charge check to last month's charity in the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge, where 10% of food sales from participating Buffalo Wild Wings goes to the charity of the month. And so we look forward to that. It's a big one today, too. Biggest check in a while. So the last charity charge
People eating
was
some
a good
wings.
one. Yeah, and you can tell people are getting kind of back into indoor dining.
There you go.
Even though Fauci doesn't recommend it. But not everybody is at 100% yet, but at least more are going in and sitting down.
Who is actually out there still listening to Fauci?
I don't know.
Like I was listening to him early on. I don't listen to him anymore.
Right. I thought there was some great commentary last night, since Vice President Kamala Harris won't go to the border, even though she's apparently in charge of the administration's response. It's been 21 days since we've heard from her. Maybe Fauci needs to go down there because there's no social distancing in the little compounds they're putting these kids in.
Yeah, I've seen them stacked in there like cordwood.
Yeah,
he loves the limelight.
Maybe he needs to go down there and check that out. But Grace Klein Community was last month's charity. This month, it's the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. And so go out and support them this coming Monday. That'll be this month's charity charge. All right, so real quick, when we went to break, I told you that there is a possible food shortage this coming summer, and you won't believe it's could affect everybody here. You ready for this one?
Go with it.
They say there's going to be a possible pork shortage this summer.
Now, hang on. A lot of grilling going on in the summer. A lot of ribs, a lot of pork chops.
They're saying you need to stack up on pork products because they could be hard to come by this summer.
We're running out of pigs?
Yeah, well, they say some products are already experiencing shortages, and it could be worse because now with restaurants reopening and people starting to have more social gatherings with backyard cookouts, barbecues, and all this kind of stuff, here comes the shortage. Here comes the shortage.
It's a game we play. It's an economic game we play. This is how they get us right here.
Yeah.
Start talking about it now. That way we can raise the prices.
Yeah, and then when they don't go as high as you thought, right, even though they've doubled.
We'll buy a bunch now. That'll help our bottom line. And during the summer, after we've told everybody that there's a shortage coming, we can raise the prices. I don't know if y'all have eaten in a restaurant lately. It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes. So much so that it is. Wow, I get sticker shock.
I'm gonna go to
Careful.
PBJ's.
Well,
some experts are predicting the outdoor events like barbecues and cookouts will be extremely popular this summer because everybody's going to get back out. Last summer they kind of stayed in because of the pandemic. Experts are also predicting that this will likely drive up the demand of meat, especially types of foods cooked at barbecues, including pork products and hot dogs, such as hot dogs and bacon.
I had to go with the Angus.
Be ready for that.
Them Oscar Mayer Angus dog Franks are good.
I know that you'll crank up the grill.
You got to be careful when you say that.
I know you crank up the grill a lot and get and make grilled chicken.
Yeah.
All that. But besides grilled chicken, do y'all use the grill enough? Are y'all a lot?
We grill 2 or 3 times a week.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's mainly chicken.
I haven't yet, but I'm just to crank it up. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I throw a lot of chicken. I need hamburger patties.
Yeah.
All that good stuff.
Chicken and burgers is what we do. We'll do
some Polish sausage and cut it in little squares and throw it on there and throw barbecue sauce on it.
Sausage is usually. I'm really the only one that eats the sausage.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I put it on first.
Okay.
That way I have something to nibble on while I'm cooking the other.
Then I bring like 3.
Then I'm not even hungry by the time I get all the meat in there.
Everybody's eating, and I'm like,
do y'all make extra for the dogs?
Yes.
No.
You do?
I do. Yeah, buddy, when he sees me
you're a different situation. My dog throw it all over the house.
Oh, yeah, buddy. I don't know if I wouldn't feed Chloe, but when Buddy sees me out there, I mean, he comes over and sits down and just waits because he likes hot dogs. I'll throw him some beef hot dogs.
Yeah.
Loves them.
Y'all have that in common.
So I got to let him cool off because he'll immediately attack it and burn his mouth.
So that's a plan.
I've got him a couple
So that's a plan. You're making food for y'all. And then and
I bring hot dogs just to throw to Buddy. Okay. And then me and him eat them. I eat them with him.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Then Marty, he'll show up. He'll eat a few too.
Well, speaking of Buddy, and this is the other story, and this is just an idea, okay? Because I know how Buddy is a pretty cool little dog, right?
He does his thing.
Bush Beer just announced they want to hire a dog as their new chief taste officer.
Oh, CTO.
How much they willing to pay?
There's believe this,
I'm
Bush
negotiating for
Bush
Buddy.
is going to make a non-alcoholic beer for dogs
Wait a minute,
called dog brew.
What makes you think that a dog wants to drink something that's flavored like beer?
I don't know.
They would rather drink out of a dirt puddle,
Right.
Mud over there.
Right.
Probably a toilet.
Well, here's what they're looking for.
They love to drink out of puddles.
Yeah.
I know. Which
I
is-
just want you to
I mean,
think
there's
about
water
this.
available in a bowl, but they'll go to that puddle.
Boy, in a second. So they want the dog to be the chief taste officer, and they also want them to be the face of the brand for this new dog brew, and it's going to pay $20,000 for the job. The dog
Buddy's
gets
in.
$20,000.
And me being his owner means I get it.
the
Hey,
dog.
there you go.
That's what, I was
What if
gonna
they
say.
said, nope, you got to buy dog food only with it?
Yeah, the dog will be paid $20,000 for the job, which means you will.
I wonder
be.
how the dog will
All right,
spend
here's
it.
the deal.
And you can enter your dog. I don't know. It's not. I'm not going to give you the website. I think it is, but apparently there's a link here where you can
I know
go
what to do.
and enter your dog.
My buddy, he'll grab a stick and hold it between his front paws,
Yeah.
straight up like this, and chew on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get him holding a Bud Light. Picture, send that in. I mean, he will. He'll take his front paws and puts them together.
Is that readily accessible? Did you just
No.
take that out and take a picture? Or
No,
you going to
I'll
stop
have to
at
make
West
a special
Point?
Stop.
Right.
They don't say that.
Yeah.
I had to make a special stop.
Right.
But I'm just saying, just for the picture. Here's the deal. I know it's not going to taste like beer. Some idiot's going to drink it. Some
Oh,
person.
yeah.
They're probably going to flavor it for something to dog because
Yeah.
beer's an acquired taste. I don't see animals getting
No,
anything
no.
that they have to acquire a taste for. They're probably not going to eat.
It's a non-alcoholic beer for dogs called Dog Brew, and it's coming. And they need it. They want the face
is
of that
supposed to be-
brand, and they want a chief tasting officer,
I see him
and it's a dog.
right in front because I went out the other day because I got sticks everywhere since the tornado hit,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll have a stick holding it straight up.
Really?
It's pretty funny.
But my favorite picture
Chewing it.
of
And then he goes,
yeah. My favorite picture of Buddy is when you put concrete down in
Oh,
your driveway.
and he
then
ran through it.
He ran through it, and you took a picture of him sitting beside his paw prints.
he was looking at me like, "Yep."
He's grinning.
Yeah.
He ran through
Yep.
the wet concrete with
Sure
paw.
did.
So
Yeah.
now his paw prints are permanently
Still
in
got
the
'em.
driveway. Yeah.
Which is fine. I
And
need
then you
something
took
to
a picture of him
remember
looking up at you with his ears back, like, "Oh, sorry, Daddy.
about. Sorry about that. Nobody told me about concrete.
Don't be mad with me." What if he said that?
He did.
Huh? This was him talking to you right now.
Oh, here he goes.
No, you don't like that? You don't want to do that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do what, Mr. Buddy?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
That didn't make any sense.
It did, but I'm glad you played it.
So anyway, there's you an idea. If you want to enter this for your dog and see if you can't get
Yeah.
$20,000,
$20,000.
it looks like Anheuser-Busch.com is where you need to
King
to
of
enter.
beers.
How about that?
Well, this is a very good promotion because you, first of all, you have a lot of people involved. So getting it out, I don't know how this stuff's going to taste to a dog. I think the product itself is going to be a hard sell, but I think they're off to a really good start.
Will you
with the
taste it
promotion.
on air? Will you taste it on air?
That's the challenge.
Because, guys, I mean, I'm not going to eat dog food, so why would I drink a dog drink?
Mm-hmm.
But,
What do I get?
I don't know. What do you want?
I
How
don't know.
much?
Lunch?
Oh, yeah. That's
Okay.
easy.
Lunch? That's all you went with?
Well, if it's just,
Well, it's just a sip.
it's just a sip of a drink.
Now, do you? Now, if you want to funnel it,
No, it's a non-alcoholic.
Is that
dog-
readily
dog
available at your
brew.
house too?
No,
Funnel?
no, absolutely.
Not you got a lot of stuff in the garage, don't you? I got you back out in the garage. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
why.
in the garage.
Licking my
obsessed
fingers a
with the
lot. I
garage
don't know what's
today.
going on.
I know you are.
I don't
You're
know
like,
what's going
What are
on.
you doing? It's like you're ready to take two. I mean, what are you doing? Huh? You keep
Hey.
licking your fingers.
Me and you, hey, let's roll it up. Here we go.
It's like you lick your fingers to touch the mic.
I don't know what's
It's the
going on. It's
strangest
such a
thing.
habit. I know.
Yeah. You're just excited about today.
I don't know if that has
He
anything to
can't-
do
he's
with
so
it.
He's so excited.
I normally don't
Huh?
sit here and lick my fingers.
Why don't you take a box of wings with
Not
you?
Yeah,
in the,
there you go.
And y'all eat them on the way.
Oh, there you go.
I'd be
Just tear it
sweating.
Go ahead.
90 miles down the road.
Get your
It'd be
box of
tough.
wings and a box of onion rings.
up. Right. And some dog brew.
Some dog
Head
brew.
on out.
Tear it down.
We'll take-
there it is.
We'll take a break. We'll come back right at quarter till the hour here on the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us after top of the hour. We appreciate you listening. Don't forget Bible study live today at noon Central as well. Don't miss that. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show and watching.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for listening and watching the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the show brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Did you know LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help you hire the right person for your role fast and free as well? You can even manage job posts and contact potential candidates with your mobile device anytime, anywhere. That's right. Yeah, we all remember the corkboard where you would put job postings and stuff like that. Well, now it's a little bit different with technology the way it is. LinkedIn.com/Bubba can reach a lot of people with your posts. So check them out right now. It's LinkedIn.com/Bubba and post your job for free as a viewer and listener to this show, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And like I said, there's nothing like free. And post that job posting for free and see if you can hire the right person for what you are needing at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. All right, so as we roll back, getting prepared for the guys to join us here at top of the hour, just a couple of setups here for the day. We got, as I mentioned, going to break, Bible study live today, noon Central. Don't forget, register your mama for Fix Mama's Mouth. It's in the contest section of rickandbubba.com. You can go there and do all that is needed to register your mom. The instructions are there, what to do, what we need. You have to the 28th to get that in to us. Today we'll give another charity charge check away, as well as have some delicious food from Buffalo Wild Wings. Staff is fired up about that. Helmsy not too sure, because it tears his stomach up if he goes hot wings, and he's got a trip today, and he doesn't want to get in the car and be the guy that has to stop a bunch.
Dirty book.
Mm-hmm.
I still had on him.
Okay.
We hadn't done that in a while.
Sure. Dirty car.
I had to do something. I didn't want to do last night.
What?
I had to stop when we were on a trip. You know how I don't like to stop.
No.
I don't like to stop. I like to get to where I'm going. And we left Tyler's high school where he coaches at had an area game last night, and so Terry and I rode over to see him play. And she said something you never want to hear your wife say as we got in the truck. Oh, I should have used the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, oh, no.
Because you can't just pick any bathroom.
No.
You're going to have to find a clean one.
No.
Which is hard to do
women.
unless you go by Buc-ee's.
Yeah. And we're, 50 minutes from home. And it's 8:50, and we're so you just do the math. And when I get up, and so we got us a late night on our terms, and I'm like, oh, now we got to stop. And I'm like, well, should you just walk back in? Parking lot was way away. There were so many people there, it was packed. And so she's like, well, no, because it's a single in there. So now I'm going to be waiting in line. So we had to stop. Making good time.
See, if that's a trip you make a lot, like when Taylor was living around Atlanta, we knew what bathrooms were good.
Yep.
And look, you knew your opportunity. Well, we can make it to that. You'll be fine. But then, like you said, then you hit no man's land, where if you got to pee here, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Did y'all agree with my strategy? Well, we've got to stop before we get on the interstate, because we can't be making good time.
Don't get on the interstate and get off.
No.
Once the cruise control has been put on, you don't want to take
Y'all use cruise control a lot?
A ton.
I love it.
A ton.
Because
so
interstate.
I don't get a ticket. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, interstate.
I don't give it enough.
No.
I don't give it enough.
On the interstate today, you better be wearing it out.
Yeah, you better be.
Yeah, I'm not a big cruise control
Lock her
guy.
down and kick back.
It's tough to have cruise control if you're behind like these multiple speed people.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're texting or daydreaming and then or on their phone, and then they'll speed up to where they need to be, and then they'll slow down.
And now my Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall High Country Silverado, it actually has a feature when you're on cruise control. If you run up on somebody, it'll keep distance between.
Well, that's what I was bringing. That's a bip to me.
Yeah, I turn it off, but it is there if you need it.
So-
Because a lot of times you'll be in crew and you run up on people because
Yeah.
they pull over.
It'll slam you,
will,
too.
It'll back you off so you don't hit them.
See, that's one of the reasons I don't use it as much.
Well, you
So
can
I
turn that off.
Well,
They don't have to, that's your press. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
But you can turn it off.
I don't even know which button turns it off, Greg.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Got to get your little manual out.
I guess so.
That's kind of like the part that'll keep you in lane, too. Boy,
Yeah.
I tell you, I guess I can't drive straight because it's constantly straightening me out.
Mine's constantly beeping at me because I can't keep it evidently in the lane.
Yeah.
And sometimes it hollers at me, and I'm like, "What are you hollering for? I'm in the lane."
Right.
A lot of features help you out.
I think I pulled a veteran move. She claimed, well, never mind. I think I can just hold it. No. What's going to happen is
because
we're going
you're
to get
going
up on
to-
the interstate,
Yes.
and we're going to be rolling.
Oh, get it
and
done
then
before you
Yeah,
go.
and I was like, no, here's a really good one here. Do you
One of them
approve?
big, shiny ones.
Oh, really nice. And I said, do you approve of this? Yeah. That's just fine. I was like,
Because
but
you don't
then
want to go
we are
to
knocking it out.
the convenience store that's got the unisex bathroom.
No,
Oh,
who wants that?
with the one commode in there.
Yeah.
A one-holer
Right. Who wants a one-holer?
that everybody's used.
Yes. All right. So, would you rather's? That's a big part of the kickoff hour. And Helmsy, what you got for us? I gave y'all one off there.
You did?
You did. You
Yeah.
did. I don't really want to discuss it.
It's kind of gross.
Well, I don't think
very
we can.
gross.
I don't think we can.
But
It
I
was-
did give you my order.
It was brought to me, and they asked me to bring it to y'all.
First of all, there's something wrong with them if they were
Right.
But
Honestly, I don't know that we couldn't talk about it on air. I just
No,
don't.
it's just
any
gross.
scenario that
it's
involves,
just too
involves
gross.
somebody urinating on somebody. Probably. That was it.
Greg, it was off air. Is anything off air around here?
Today is
What's wrong? Is it the
I was just
was
saying
it the
you-
second shot of the vaccine?
Yeah, it was.
Huh?
I was saying that you need to stay away from
What's
that.
Mr. Bud doing on TV?
running out of time. Hell, we're gonna do this.
Sorry, go ahead. Just because you brought up some nasty scenario.
It was nasty.
Oh, yeah,
Like, made
that's
me sick.
mild.
Right.
That
Think
part
about
I
it.
just said's mild.
Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking about tearing down 12 wings
Yeah.
after I heard
Not
it.
I'm not talking
now.
about like nasty as in vulgar. It was just the situations weren't.
Oh,
weren't
yeah,
gross.
they were- yes,
It was
they were-
gross.
it was
yeah.
gross.
And it was a scenario that was brought to me on Would You Rather's, and they said, "Hey, I'd love for you to bring that to Greg and Helmsy off air and see what they say."
What was the third one?
I'm not even telling you because you'll say it.
Had to do with a booger and chewing gum and peeing.
Yeah.
What's wrong
It
with
was
you?
those three.
So
What do y'all repeat?
anything that's got involves a booger, I don't want nothing to
All
do
right, that's
with
it.
I don't want anything to do
I'm
with
calling
it.
y'all repeat.
You brought it up.
What Daddy does it, now you got to do it, huh? You know what
Did he
you're
bring it
doing?
up?
You're not here tomorrow, so you're just throwing a party.
You
and
brought
leaving.
it up. You acted like we were doing it.
Helmsy's at our house party.
You pitched it like you wanted to talk about it.
buddy. You got issues.
Did
if
he
you
not?
Think that, hey,
You-
hey, look at me. I know you. Can
I
spin
even
things.
thought, I don't know, Speedy. And
the
you was
way
like,
you-
we're doing it.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's good. That's really good in the straight face.
Did-
I like
or
it.
did- were you
Is that
not
how
under
you
that
got
same
out of things?
impression?
Is that how you got out?
Were
of
you
things?
under the same impression? Oh, I got one, y'all.
Hey, run in there. He said,
That's good. That's
He
good.
said, run in there and get your would you rather's because I got one I want to start us with, and then you can take
Yeah.
it from there.
Okay.
Oh,
Now
I see
you
what
got
y'all are
scared.
doing, and I really don't blame you. I probably would too if I was over there.
A good thing I was here to stop you.
Well, I can tell you this. I hope you have diarrhea on the road today. Helmsy. I can tell you that.
If I
no
have
way-
those wings, I guarantee you, you're going to be right.
No way he stays out of the way.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Ain't
not.
gonna
What you got? You going to do anything or what?
don't
Are you just going to
know. I
stare
just-
at them?
Let's just do the
say?
one you brought up.
Let's just get back to the
Let's just do that.
the booger and gum and pee.
What is wrong with y'all?
Not necessarily in that order.
That was brought to my. That was
I honestly
somebody
did
asked
I
me.
thought
would
you were
rather?
pitching the next segment. I really did. Okay.
Then you know what? You're not listening.
All right, would you rather
possible.
would you rather go to jail for 4 years
4 years.
for something you didn't do?
What kind of jail is it?
by the way, I think
was
you've
it
done
swanky
this.
jail
Have
or
I think you did this the other day.
Oh, really?
What's the next
I
one?
threw the ones away that I didn't do.
Okay,
Please
never
go
mind.
ahead.
What's the next one? 4
I'll
years.
move on.
Something we didn't do for 4 years. I remember it was jail somewhere doing hard time. Or
We've had a
something.
lot of jail scenarios.
Yeah.
Probably different.
What's the next one?
No, it was that was hard time for like 1 year or live in like
yeah.
20 years.
Okay,
easy.
So
Golf
jumping out
cart.
there, booger.
All right. Well, it was
and
you had
gum
jail.
and
I heard
pee.
jail. I
box.
heard jail. I
Would
got
you
a
rather go to jail for 4 years for something you didn't do,
right?
or get away with something horrible you did, but always live in fear of being caught?
Get away with something horrible.
Yeah, me too. I'm in on that.
Quick.
I'm in on that. That was a quickie.
Don't want to go to jail.
Yeah. I got one. Would you rather
Speedy, what about you?
have hot wings and then have to take a 4-hour trip?
Then have red rump by the time you get to Montgomery.
Right.
Wing sauce burning that rump.
Right. Or debate Greg on sequels.
You did pitch it like it was the next day.
Greg, you you know what you are? Huh?
I just wasn't paying attention, I guess.
Greg, that's obvious. Thank you, Mr. Obvious.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Let's start this hour with the national anthem. Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, much to do, and we're excited about another opportunity to spend some time together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. And we're thankful that you are here as well. We'll break down the stories of the day. We've got a charity charge update today, so look for that coming up, and another opportunity for you to participate next week. So we'll dial that in for you today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have got the kickoff hour put away for the day. Wednesday Bible study back today. Session 17 in the series Knowing God today. Something that we talked about on the show, and even some very prolific celebrities said it was their problem with God, and that is the attribute of God telling us that he's a jealous God. What does that mean? We'll talk about that and unpack that in today's Bible study. Look right over there. Right there he sits. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Did you, babe?
I'm good, sir. How are you doing?
Well, unpacking. I will have a bit of an issue today moving around. We had We had the chosen viewing party last night at the house featuring Sherry and our only son that now still lives in the same town that we do, and we usually try to gather with a young Broderick who lives about 7-8 minutes from the house, and try to eat together once a week or something. And so we had the chosen ended up being episode 2 and 3. Little surprise last night, not just episode 2. So he was bringing dinner to the house, and so Mom wouldn't have to cook. And it was a beautiful day where we live, and so we all got to going out there and looking at Mama's all of her pretty flowers. And,
oh boy,
and all of this. And Bubba, I'm telling you, I can't. And I know this speaks a lot of my, and I will refer to this as an attempt at 56 to do a little better. So what I say is probably going to surprise you. I mean, some people, it won't surprise you, or because all of us here at our age understand this. So I don't know how it happened, and I don't know why I participated, but we got out in the yard, and all of a sudden talk started up again, this ongoing thing between Sherry and me on who is the fastest.
No way.
And now young Broderick, we can't really hang with him. I mean, he blows us away now. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty clear.
So really what we're trying to do now is just, can we hang with him? And the last time that just to keep everybody updated, because this has been going on for 25 years, Sherry and I racing each other at various times. Sherry was a sprinter, and is fast. She's very, very fast. And I was a world-class athlete. So also for in the big division, I used to get down through there pretty good.
Right.
Okay.
And we've seen. I've witnessed one of these on the beach, and
right.
you don't play. You play rough.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll get off in their lane a little bit.
Yeah. And I felt good about yesterday because I was in what I consider to be my most productive environment, and that is clean-cut grass barefooted.
Oh.
That's when I'm the fastest. Okay. Now
Yeah, I can't run barefooted.
The beach is not good for me. That's not a good. That's I got too many foot problems, and the uncertainty of the sand and all that's not good. The track, tennis shoes, that's her area. That's where you don't want to mess with her. Okay. But and then she decided, because I don't know if y'all go through this, and most people do. Do y'all get the feeling that your wife is on a never-ending diet of some kind? They're always dieting.
Yes.
They're always on some kind of diet.
Yes.
I'm dieting. I'm on a diet.
I can't
again.
eat that.
Yeah, I can't. I'm on a diet. And they're always on some kind of diet. Yeah. And then we never think they need to be, but they're always on it. And so she claimed afterwards that she was in a weakened state. Because she chose, which I think was to her disadvantage, to go a short distance. Because if we reached out there 40, 50 yards, then I've got to have some stamina too. Mm-hmm. But
so how short are you talking about?
We only ran probably 20 yards.
Well, that's not much of a race there.
Yeah, and it's getting started. Yeah, which I thought
more like a drill.
I thought she was getting. See, now it's just an interior lineman drill.
Yeah,
and so
a little burst of speed there.
That may help you, Rick. You're pretty quick out of the chute.
Mm-hmm. Ongoing controversies about quick false starts, and we couldn't quite get Broderick to understand it has to be the same rhythm. You can't go ready, set, go. It has to be ready, set, go.
You need like the lights.
Then we first start out with numbers, and Sherry said in track, she goes, "No, we go on 3." I said, "You don't go on 3. It's 1, 2, 3, go." And she goes, "No, in track they pull the trigger on 3. That's when the gun fires. 3 is it. You fire on the last number.
You don't go 3, 2, 1.
Or whatever which way you go. One time we went 1, 2, 3, then went 3, 2, 1. She said, bottom line is you shoot on the last number. And I said, no, at Cheelacres number 1, we went on go. Mm-hmm. So finally, we got down to, there was all kinds of controversy about that. That went on forever. And I will say that out of the 5 sprints that I tied, one was called a tie, which that she knew she was in trouble then, because the last time we raced, she just blew me away. And I could see she's getting nervous now. Young Broderick's like, that, man, Mama, he was right there with you. Mm-hmm. And so now pressure started building a little bit. And I knew that I was getting in her head then. I said, you ain't gonna beat me barefoot on the grass.
You done messed up with this arrangement's it's you in my world now. You're out here on the
So
grass.
you're trash talking again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And then she started getting frustrated, which only led to my advantage.
Yeah.
And then I started talking about the pants she had on. Man, how you even running in those? And she, what are you talking about? I said, well, I don't know. It looks like it's kind of binding you a little bit. And then all of a sudden her eyes started getting that look, Greg. What? And I see her stretching. She starts moving and stretching.
Yeah.
So I beat her more times last night. I won 3 out of 5. And it was.
So you mean to tell me let me get this right? You were racing your wife barefooted in the backyard
Wide
yesterday.
open.
You
Wide
pull
open.
that muscle, did you?
Well, I really worried about that, and I kept stretching.
Hamstring.
Well,
Yeah.
at one time I was
No way you stretched right.
I tried. I stretched a little bit, but here was my problem.
I get hurt stretching.
I got into that dilemma that if I don't run as hard as I can, I have no chance.
Yeah, you're right.
But then if I don't run as hard as I can, trying not to pull a muscle, she beats me easily. So
Yeah.
so I was in a bad. But I gave it all I had, but I can't walk now. I'm struggling this one. I mean, it's
hadn't done that in a while.
no, not sprinting.
Not 100%.
No. So even when I run down there, when I'm trying to do a little better, it's not sprinting.
No, you're sandbagging down there, Rick. You're trying to get through the workout.
Right. But at one point, I had to realize that we were watching The Chosen, and I need to stop trash talking.
Yeah, it really doesn't go with the whole concept.
I was singing a song.
Sons of Thunder.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. So y'all will see me moving kind of like Uncle Joe around the. But do you remember? And this is the thing, because the trash talking at home is always fun, and Sherry dreads it. And I'll have to end up having to race her again, because what she'll do now is get her act together, because she'll have to do the. And but I would do things like everybody was settling in. We were getting the Chosen, season 2, episode 2. Of course, ended up having a bonus one, which I'll tell you that story. That's weird.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I would walk by, like, going in there. I see anybody want anything to drink? I'm gonna get everybody something to drink like that, and I'd go, "Who's the fastest parent alive?" and like that, and Brody would go, "Dad is," and she was just like, "Is this all night?" And I said, "Pretty much."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Probably till we go to bed.
Yeah, probably till I'm over here and can't hold my head up.
Yeah.
So to the Chosen last night, it is, and look, I think Dallas Jenkins is a great guy, the director and writer, and he's got some other writers, and we've had him on. Fantastic guy, and I understand what's going on here, that it's the first listener financed series.
Right.
Doing
it a little different.
Listeners and viewers. Nobody has to pay anything for it. Mm-hmm. I tell you what it goes back to, and I remember the first time I saw this. Like I've been before, like to a conference or something. Somebody will speak, and what they'll say outside is, "We have some resources here, like the person may have written a book or whatever, and there's no charge for it. Take it if you want it. Mm-hmm. However, if you want to give toward the ministry going forward, just give whatever you want." So that means somebody might go over there and lay down $50 for a $15 book, and then the next person take it for free. And that's how they're doing it. No one has to pay to see it, but would you be willing to donate for others to continue to see it for free? If you have income and you feel called to support it, then support it. But you don't have to. So, but with that means that that everybody has to be constantly reminded of how this works.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Dallas Jenkins on the live feed, which is starting to make me, because I know how it works, and he acknowledged that. Those of you that know how this works, this is getting on y'all's nerves, and I got it. That's what's funny, Bubba. He started making fun of himself. He said, "Y'all have made it very clear." By the way, he goes, "And some of you quite publicly that you wish I wouldn't talk so long before the episodes start, because I have to."
How long did he talk?
15 minutes.
Yeah, that might be a little
Ouch.
Yeah, and so especially if
Hey, Dallas, give me 7.
How about that? Especially, Bubba, if it's not going to start till 8 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock
Yeah.
Eastern.
Well, yeah.
That gives you
I mean,
15 more minutes to trash
See,
talk.
he lost 2 more viewers last night.
Right. So then, and it cost me seeing the second episode, because he's going to talk again after it about the new swag they've got and all that. Hey, Dallas, I understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. He did let us know, though, to finance 7 seasons is $100 million, and if we want to go ahead and raise that, he won't ever talk again.
How much did they raise so far? I forget. I mean, we've interviewed him, but it's obviously changed.
But I can't remember the number, and I guess we could do the math, but we have completely financed season 1, completely financed season 2, and I think partially financed season 3.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that number is, but it's doing really well. I mean, they're blown away by how it's working. So
my concern is they're going to draw it out too long.
Yeah, 7 seasons is a lot.
Yeah.
And so
now, if it's all done, it's in the can, you can look at it. That's great. But I mean, from start to finish, you're talking about at least a 10-year span, maybe more.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be tough.
We'll see, unless they pick up the momentum. But anyway, that could happen. I guess maybe the way they're doing it.
Yeah, we need to get him on again and get an update.
So anyway, so what? Then they're also trying to drive you, saying, look, at one point it's going to be app only. Okay, you're not going to be able to see this on YouTube and on Facebook going forward. Eventually, and he even talked about, look, I know some of y'all are like, I'm scared of apps. I don't know about apps. I don't even know about how to work a smartphone. And he said, so we're still going to allow that you can watch it on our website, stream it. But, this go to YouTube and go to Facebook.
That's how I watched the first season, was on YouTube.
Yeah, and he said that's probably going to end at some point.
Okay.
But we want you watching it through the app. So anyway, so we watched episode 2, and it was the encounter, and I won't give it all away because it's in the Bible. I'll just tell you the part in the Bible they covered. I won't tell you how they did it because but you can go read it in the Bible.
Rick, you're not going to spoil this. Okay, we're familiar with we know how this ends.
But this thing on the encounter, Philip is now joining the bunch, and Philip you're going to love the way they portray Philip, and Nathaniel It's that wonderful moment when Nathaniel was brought to Jesus, and it is fantastic, beautiful, beautiful scene. And so then it's getting bedtime for the fastest parent alive, and so I'm out, because Dallas. No offense, Dallas starts talking again after it's over, and he's showing us the new swag and the new chosen swag. And
Dallas probably wouldn't want to talk about it at 6 in the morning.
no, he wouldn't. So I'm like, hey, like this. I'm like, hey, Flash is out. And so,
Flash is out.
And so, young Broderick, same thing. He has a job. He said, "Hey, I'm out, guys. Enjoyed it. I'm gone.
See ya."
So all of a sudden, Sherry admits, after having to race against the thundering herd, Sherry admits that she dozed off during the Nathaniel part. I said, "You missed that?" I said, "Sherry, that was the pinnacle of the whole episode." And so she
remind us not to carry Sherry up to the Mount of Transfiguration.
So
it was the dot, Rick.
But what she didn't understand about a live stream, she said, "Well, just rewind it back." I said, "Baby, we can't rewind to it's archived. You can't rewind a live
do
stream."
That's what I was trying to tell Betty last night. She said, "Well, we're late." I said, "Well, we're going to be late now. You can't.
Yeah,
you
the
can't
live stream.
go back and get it."
But it's there now, by the way. So good. So anyway, young Broderick,
Rick, she was wore out from all that racing.
you're right.
Yeah,
So I
I'm
look
telling
and
you.
he's calling me. He said, "Dad, they're doing episode 3," and then I won't hear that. I said, "No." I said, they're just doing a tease for episode 3.
Got it wrong.
He goes, "Dad, I'm at home and it's the whole episode." So then I start looking, and I see everybody going nuts on all the chats and stuff. "Oh, we get a bonus episode." So they showed episode 3 too as a surprise.
wow.
But I didn't see episode 3. But it's on the archive now. So now if you've got the app, you can watch last night's episode 2 and 3. They're both there.
That's cool.
So it was great. And it was really good. I hadn't seen 3, but 2 was really good. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Ancestry.com/Bubba. You know, we make a lot of jokes on the program sometimes that if you head off to some kind of family reunion and you kind of look around and go, wow, so this is my family. And that's fun. But really, the more you can know about the history of your family, sometimes it can be very interesting because the story of your family ultimately is also a story about you. Would you like to find out, have some fun with your family, maybe going back and checking out the story of the folks that were part of your family long before you ever arrived on this earth? And look at their stories, look at their challenges, look what they overcame. Did they serve in the world wars? Where were they involved in some of the great movements of our country? Did they live through the Depression? What did they do? If you'd like to find out more about that, just go to Ancestry.com/Bubba, and we'll get you started on a free trial. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So go ahead and dive in and enjoy it. All right, so Bubba, we kind of go from some lighthearted good news to something really that's. I see you're concerned about it. I mean, there's a bit of a scare in it, and there's a lot of things out in the world right now that are scary. Just a lot of scary. There's things that are scary, and here's another one.
You know, the headline here, Rick, really speaks volumes. Possible pork shortage could strike during summer months.
Gentiles, pay attention.
This one really hurts here, Rick. Time to prepare for yet another shortage, according to this story from Fox News. According to various reports, pork products could be hard to come by this summer. While some products are already experiencing shortage, these may be worse by restaurants reopening and people having more social gathering. I think we're going to have a banner cookout here.
Oh,
Swine shortage.
Ain't no doubt about that.
So now they're saying some experts are predicting, because of the startup of restaurants, outdoor events, barbecues, cookouts, that and the fact that most Americans will be vaccinated or have some type of immunity by then, they'll prefer to get together and do these things they were blocked out of doing last year. So they're saying this will probably drive up the demand for meat, especially the type of meats cooked at barbecues, including a variety of pork products such as hot dogs and bacon.
No,
yeah.
not bacon.
Don't get into
Come
bacon
on, not
supply.
bacon.
You'll take the bacon out of our cold dead hands.
Well, we had to go to that turkey bacon?
Probably with clogged arteries.
Unfortunately, there has reportedly been a shortage of hogs for over a year now.
Over a year?
I was just telling Speedy the other day about the hog shortage.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of hogs out there.
You don't see them like you normally used to.
The problems are connected to the pandemic, which saw several processing plants and farms shut down due to outbreaks. Other facilities were able to remain open and still had to deal with staffing issues related to the pandemic. Rick,
We weren't breeding hogs?
I just never thought in our lifetime I'd see a hog shortage.
I thought, but I'm going to go this far.
better get
I'm going to go this far. I thought pork was something you could always count on.
Oh, we had too many hogs.
Well, let's face it, the Gentiles have banked on it.
I know. Well, let's go back to this, okay? Because we always look for a win-win. Now, I know there's some issues.
Maker's diet, you don't get to eat that, do you?
I know. No, it'll take that right out. But let's go to this, okay? Couple things.
Count now.
Oh yeah, no. There's nothing in the Maker's diet that is saying this is a salvation issue. It's just saying, would you like to be healthy? All right. So let's go back. Let's go.
It's kind of on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go back to this again, okay? We have an overrun, and I know it's not the same. So nobody interrupt me. Let me finish this. Just think about it, because you know how we love a win-win. I was just talking to someone about a win-win yesterday. So anyway, I'll update you.
That's where I win and you win.
Right, that's right. A win-win means Greg wins and I win.
Yeah.
Not like the race last night where someone had to win.
Yeah, you have to have a winner and a loser.
So anyway, we have wild hogs that are destroying the country.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
They're out of control.
I know that bacon of a wild hog, it's not the same. It's not heritage bred, all that. I got it. But if we're in a bind, okay, I mean a bind, and then process them properly, all
Dan's
that.
got me so scared of them, I'm afraid to touch.
Well,
them.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just
but what if
one
we?
area.
But what if we put the pros?
Somebody's got to hold that in.
Right. Let's put the pros on it with their gloves and with all that. Mm-hmm. And
We got a lot of hazmat stuff left over from COVID-19.
There you go.
true.
And then what we do is we go and we do an all-out assault on wild hogs, and we replace the shortage of the domestic hogs with the wild hogs, and then we also knock down their numbers, which helps with the problem we have with them. And we don't get this thing where Billy Bob and I go out and we kill 2. I mean, we put an all-out, buddy. We're rounding them up by the thousands.
Well, Rick, what if
Because going out killing 2 doesn't even change anything. It might have been fun for you, but you didn't do anything to stop hogs.
No. There's
Well,
way
Rick-
more hogs still out there.
Yeah.
Rick, what if we just change the dynamic of hog farming? What if you didn't have a pen and you fed them every day till you just went out and hunted a few every day and just did it every day? Like I've got my 2 for today. You know what I mean?
Right, I got you.
Now, I'm not talking about chasing them and trying to tackle them. Okay, I'm not talking about that.
But doesn't that go back? Am I in charge of that? I want some big processing group to go do it and me go get it in packs. And store
Yeah, I
it.
don't want to.
Yeah, because now that's back to the damn old terror.
Yeah.
I want pros to go get it done, and we just fill the shortage of domestic hogs with wild hogs.
But think about this, Rick.
We
I
got a
mean,
lot of wild hogs.
there's so many across the South now.
So many.
I mean, people that have land could just become hunters.
No, you're right.
They could become hog hunters,
Well-
and that'd be their job.
Well, in the last few years, unlike all the years prior to that, now it seems like every few months it's the end of time again.
Right.
And
yeah,
so
I know. It seems like it's rotating around a little hot, isn't it?
Yeah, the end of time stuff's really it used to really be spread out.
Yeah.
But now it all seems to be coming at a rapid pace. I don't like its tempo.
So, I could be a hog farmer, go out and shoot hogs, and then I could hire Speedy to get them.
There you go.
See,
But I'm gonna tell you back to Sherry. That at one time could beat me in a sprint. We see the farm and the wildlife down there in a completely different way. She doesn't see fishing the way she once did. Hunting, it all's a lot more important to her now. Because what we're thinking about is, all right, now how much food can we generate down here?
Right.
And where we are right now, unfortunately, in the pork category, but fortunately for destruction, we don't really have any wild hogs to speak of yet. And I know it's just a matter.
oh,
of time.
they're in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So now that right there.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Let me tell you,
I need you right now.
That couldn't have went any better. I'm gonna be honest with you.
how about he tore out of there,
Perfect.
didn't he?
Guys, they had no idea it was gonna be that good.
I mean, how about
got
how
some man
fast
right
he
now.
goes? How about how fast he goes when he gets going straight?
What we're talking about is if you're watching this on YouTube, there's a guy that is riding which looks like a wild hog.
It does,
And
yeah.
it cuts about 3 circles.
How's he holding on?
I don't know.
Pretty well.
Looks like
Going
he was
pretty good.
grabbing hold of the.
the fat
Oh,
up
that
at the
is
top.
so
Keeping his
good.
head in the well.
I mean,
Hey, this guy rides his hog.
You got to keep your head over his shoulder.
That's right.
he has to be a bull rider.
Look at him. He's got technique. Look at
Yeah,
him.
he does.
yeah.
Guys, he's not holding on either.
I'm gonna tell
Just
you what.
grabbing hair.
Can
That's
I be
something
honest with you? I'd rather watch a guy ride a hog than I had ride one of these bucking bulls.
That is pretty
think
good,
I would
especially when
too.
that hog's doing them.
Especially if
spins.
he's got room. You give him a 50-yard field so he can dig.
Yeah, let's give him some room because a bull never takes off with you like that. I mean,
that's
at
gold
one
right
point the
there.
hog is in a full-out sprint
That
with him
is
on there.
funny.
That is. That looked like me going to the line.
That's my favorite footage.
Look like Betty chasing that puppy. last night.
Gosh, that's funny. That is so
We'll
funny.
share that today.
Yeah,
too.
oh, that's dandy right there.
You know, but several emailers have made the point. Hogs are very prolific at reproductive.
Oh, yeah.
Reproducing. So,
Yeah, they'll have them.
I mean, a litter can be up to a dozen. Is that right? They
Yeah.
can that many.
Even
and
on
they
your
come
cousin.
back around quick.
I hear
they come back around quick.
I hear they're buzzing.
Yeah.
Might be a dozen.
So the problem really on the pork shortage, it's not a hog problem. It's a human beings getting it to the table problem because of the pandemic, right?
So,
Yeah.
Rick, here's the thing too. I love bacon as much as every
Oh,
other
gosh.
mammal on the planet.
My goodness.
But I, if I had to do without bacon, I could probably make it. I don't think I make it without a hot dog.
Well, now there's all beef hot dogs.
Them Angus beefs are good.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
I actually prefer them.
Did y'all know
It
I
just
got-
scares me when they say there might be a shortage of hot dogs.
Yeah,
I mean, I
just-
panic.
that's just not a good headline.
I
No.
got another hog fact. Did y'all know that they're good at predicting bad weather?
Oh, here
If
we
you
go.
see a hog with a stick in his mouth, look out.
Heck, where did you get that?
You look and the hogs are walking, they got sticks in their mouth, you better just buckle down.
Who told you that?
Creeper Jackson. He told me that, and we'd be out working. We worked in a rural area, and they would be like, there's this one area that had a bunch of hogs. He'd come by and go, hey, bad news, fellas. Them hogs got sticks all in their mouth.
Really? So you don't want to see a hog with a stick?
No,
Greg,
bad
what-
weather's coming.
Greg, what are they doing with a stick in their mouth?
I don't know why they do it, but if they get a stick in their mouth, you better look out. You better check the radar.
Are they building a dam or what? What are they doing? They helping the
Something
beavers
about
out?
they feel it coming, makes them grab a stick. I don't know.
Make them grab a stick.
You know, I'll have to check. Not that I would doubt anything
science,
Creeper
baby.
Jackson said, but
Yeah.
I might want to look into that.
Well,
a little bit.
That's who taught me that.
Last Saturday, I saw Greg's grandson Ellis playing with a stick, and sure didn't rain after
It
that.
did. We'll be right back. What about that stick?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll talk Charity Charge starting out next hour. Our thanks to Buffalo Wild Wings for feeding the gang here at the Rick and Bubba Show again today. Thank you for that. Looks great in there. So, Bubba, the pork shortage, we covered that. I think we came up with some great solutions. On the bad medicine update dealing with COVID, Johnson & Johnson, hey. Well, the Johnson & Johnson deal seems to, even our state yesterday took a pauser on it, said that they will pause. There's, it's kind of hard to follow exactly what's going on here. I'll tell you this, just out of sheer capitalism and making money. This is if there's a 3 vaccine race, you don't want to be this vaccine. This is the one that will not help you in the plot to sell as many vaccines as the other guys.
Well, I think, Rick, and I may be wrong, but I think a lot more is being made out of this than probably what it is. I think they just out, as they're saying, an abundance of safety. Because they had a couple of these things pop up and get in the media. Mm-hmm. If you look at the number of people who've been vaccinated with it versus the number of people who are having problems, it really normally probably wouldn't justify a pause. But I think because it is new, I think because of the way that panic travels now, they're stopping it just to look at these cases and see what other factors may be involved. And I really don't think much is going to come of it. I think this will be like a 10-day pause, and they'll be right back to it.
Well, just looking at it from just sheer, I'm trying to move products, okay? And I agree with you on what you said. But you go over there and you go, all right, we were Moderna, we are Pfizer, here's Roar. We're
in numbers too big to ignore.
You have to get our vaccine and then a booster. Okay.
Right.
Johnson comes out and says, "Hey, one shot does it all."
Mm-hmm.
Our
Give
coverage,
us a little twist here.
Our coverage not as good as the other two, but good enough and more than what we wanted out of vaccines in the past. Okay. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Because Moderna and Pfizer have exceeded our normal expectations.
Yeah. Yes, they have.
As far as what they say they have in test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how well they're working and how safe.
So you went.
Pfizer's products are always reliable.
You went. Thank you, Greg. You went into the. Well, I'll tell you what. That Johnson & Johnson, just one shot. I think I'd rather do that.
Uh-huh.
Well, but it's.
I remember saying that,
but it's not. Not as effective as. Yeah, but it's effective enough for me not to have to worry about. So then,
and it's an old school vaccine where they're actually giving you a piece of the virus that is sterile, cannot reproduce, and let your body jump on it.
But then, just in the world of propaganda, hype, and terror, which vaccine would you rather take? I'll take the one that's never been paused. I'd rather have the one that has not been forbidden to be given. Yeah, but that's not a big deal. They're kind of overreacting that. Yep, sorry,
overcome it.
I'd still rather take the one that has not been paused.
Yeah.
I mean, you would if you got choices. Now, if you ain't got any choices, I mean, if you have a choice, you're going to choose the vaccine that
give me Pfizer or Dirty Mo.
That governors aren't coming out and saying, "Look, we're going to put a pause on it, but don't panic." No, I think I'd rather take the one that had
we got 2 more besides that one, right? Yeah, I want one of those.
There's 2 other ones, right? The one that have not been paused. Well, I think I'll take that.
You might look at it in the reverse, that since it's been paused, they're looking at it closer than they've looked at the other ones that were, trucking right along with no problems.
Yeah.
It depends on how you spend it.
Well, it goes back to this again, and I got into this with somebody yesterday with some of the stuff that's going on, because now you're getting all the different, people doing articles, people doing, the YouTube videos, and hey, I'm behind the scenes, and I'm telling you how this is going, and watch out for passports and all this kind of stuff. Then you get the end-time prophecy stuff going. But here is the bottom line. If you just want to deal with what the truth is, and this is not a new truth. This isn't always a truth. This has always been the truth when it comes to pharmaceuticals and vaccines. We don't have any idea what the long-term effects of these things are.
No.
You're right.
Now, everybody can tell you they can make a good estimation.
They make an educated guess.
Yeah, you're right.
But we don't know. You know why? Because you can't do human testing to the level you would need to have the kind of confidence that we all wish we could have. They say we start out doing these things, then we move to animals, then we move to human beings. But our human sample, because we're human beings, by the way, is never a large sample when it comes to these things. And yes, and the warp speed thing, and I know the people are concerned about this. It wasn't as warp speed. It didn't mean they just started at 0. However, we're fighting a pandemic, and the truth of everything is, and I'm not. Hear me loud and clear. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not. I'm a responsible vaxxer. Yeah. I don't want to be, and I'm not a kind of person that,
a critical thinking vaxxer.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want my children vaccinated till they're 2 years old, because I want because of their immune system, their brain development. After that, fine. But
maybe not all at once.
This throwing vaccines into little babies, I've never been for that. I think that's a mistake. Don't think we should do it.
Especially with diseases that won't affect them till they're much older.
Yeah, but I'm not against vaccinating. And so when it comes to this, I'm not against the vaccines, but I am going to tell you the truth. We don't have any idea of the long-term effects of these vaccines. No. We don't have any idea of the long-term effects of COVID.
Yeah, that's the thing, too.
Right.
See, that
we don't have any idea.
Rick, that is an excellent point, and thank you for making that, because I love to talk about the balance sheet in accounting. You have, that's why they call it a balance. It has to balance out when all's said and done. And we don't know what that virus causes in our body long term. Just like we don't know what the vaccines we took as kids will do 50 and 60 years down the because and let me tell you why we say that. You can sometimes it causes you to hear like rumbling noises in your head.
Right.
And but Rick, just like cancer, okay? We know about heart disease, we know what causes that and why and we're always coming up with better ways to treat that. But like with cancer right now, we know a lot more than we used to know, but nobody can say blank, this causes that. This causes that. We don't know. So if we don't know, we can't say absolutely this didn't cause that or this didn't have a part of that. It's part of the human experience. I mean, we're living longer than we've ever lived, and it's a good thing, but we just don't know. We're making educated guesses. Like the polio vaccine. Let's just take that for example. It worked well. It did away with people, who were crippled as kids and older. It worked great, but we don't know what that did long term. Yeah. But it looks like it had no effect. Well, that's good. So we're going to put it in the success column.
But to your point, now I don't have a problem taking one because it's been around a long time. We haven't seen any bad things yet.
Right. So I don't know when they started giving that in the 50s maybe. So 70 years it's been given.
So you feel good about that. But this one right now, we don't know. We don't have any idea.
But we don't know, as you said, it's a balancing act. We don't know what we're hearing now about long-term COVID effects. We don't know how that's going to affect your liver. We don't know how that's going to affect your pancreas, your brain, all that. Who knows? So it's a balancing act right now. And you really have to go for, I'm pro getting it if you antibodies have gone down. I'm not big on it while you still got them.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're all here, too. 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Our number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba, it's time for another update on the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge.
Let them go.
Here we go.
I love that sound.
There comes the old turn the buffalo.
It puts you there, doesn't it?
It really does. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings team up with the Rick and Bubba Show once a month. You go out and eat at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings in Alabama. That includes Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, and Pell City. And, of course, Tim Spencer of Buffalo Wild Wings is back with us again today. And Tim, let's thank Alex, who works with you. Alex has dropped by delicious Buffalo Wild Wings here at the Broadcast Plaza, and we are enjoying it. So thank you, Alex,
awesome.
too.
Yeah, Alex. I mean, he's a dependable fellow. He runs our store down in downtown Birmingham, our newest store. So he's the busiest one on takeout and delivery and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we're so glad to see him. We just hug him.
We do every time, every time. And
he probably needs that this early in the morning.
And we try to tell him that we love him, but he can't understand us because our mouth's full.
Right.
So let's talk a little bit about the last charity charge. It looks like, Tim Spencer, that people are coming out of hiding and going back out and enjoying delicious Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the biggest check we've seen in a while.
This is probably the biggest check. Speedy and I were just talking about it since December, Christmas 19, probably. The dining rooms have opened back up a little bit here, and people are coming out in droves and supported this ministry and this charity charge. So we were able to write a check to the Grace Klein community for $4,500.
Yeah, let's come on with that right there.
$4,500.
Did that fire anybody up right there? That makes you want to just come back and do this again. All right, so let's talk to Jenny Waltman. Jenny's with Grace Klein Community. Jenny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning. Thank you guys so much.
$4,500 from Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show.
We're super excited to be able to share food and share the love of Jesus.
Amen.
I mean, that ought to be a shot in the arm, just like a good old vaccination.
That's right. Now, I'm talking about one that's not even got a pause on it.
Right.
All
One
right.
that's totally healthy.
So, Jenny, let's talk, because when you throw out everything you guys do, honestly, it can be a lot to wrap your mind around. So if you can kind of, for all of those that went out as participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and that 10% of the food sales, which for you is going to be $4,500, and they're saying, all right, so I went out and I helped Grace Klein Community. What exactly did they help?
You're going to help us feed people in Birmingham that are struggling with food insecurity. It's been a really tough year since the pandemic started. We have 5 drive-thrus available where if you need food support, you come out and we'll give you a box of food. There's no requirements to be able to receive food from Grace Klein. So you can go to our Contact Us page at feedbhm.org, and you can find where one of our local drive-thrus are located, and we'll be happy to give you food support. If you don't need food, but you need to get out of your house, come volunteer with us and share the love of Jesus through working at one of our drive-thrus at our office, or you can even sign up as a food rescue hero and help us pick up some of the food that is donated to us 7 days a week from totally amazing Birmingham partners.
Jenny, I have to ask you a question. We had kind of a scary story this morning. Did you hear there may be a hot dog shortage this year?
Have you heard about this?
No, that's serious, guys.
I know. That's where I draw the line right there.
That explains this concerned look on our face that you see.
We're not as chipper as normal. We're a little concerned.
A summer without pork, is that really a summer at all?
Scary.
But, this is great. So we talk about this a lot, that we're so fortunate to live in a country that has so much, even on its worst day, that has so much, especially when it comes to food. So what I'm hearing you say, if you are doing without food, the basic needs of you, your family, Grace Klein Community, you need to get informed about what you guys do, because if you need food, we got food.
That's right. We provided 17 Alabama counties food support last year in 2020. over 25,000 households relied on the food that people gave and contributed for us to purchase so that people could be hungry here in Alabama.
Well, that's amazing, and I like how you said it's really straightforward. If we're in your county and we have our drive-through set up, we have food. Come get it.
It's simple. It's simple, and we also have over 75 partners that have food support possibly in your county if we don't have a drive-through there. So you can just reach out to us on a private message, and we'll connect you with those partners.
Well, we're going to put all the information about Grace Klein Community, who are the hands and feet of Jesus, in our show notes today. So maybe I bet you there's a lot of people hearing about you guys for the first time today. So they can use your services and find out where you are operating, and then of course come alongside you and help as well.
That sounds awesome. We'd love to have everyone involved. Once you're a part of Grace Klein, you're always a part of Grace Klein.
That sounds fantastic. So audience, respond if you have a need. There it is. If you'd like to help meet other people's needs through Grace Klein Community. And for those of you that went out and ate at Buffalo Wild Wings at the participating location, $4,500 is about to buy some more food.
Hey, good job.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Jenny, for what you guys do. And thanks to all of you in the audience that went out and are helping Grace Klein Community. If you'd like to help them further, that information is in show notes there at rickandbubba.com. Thanks a lot. And thank you very much, Jenny, for the work you do.
Awesome. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being a part of it.
Thank you, Jenny. So there it is.
Look how happy Jenny
Well,
is.
and I like
just beaming.
Yeah, just straightforward. I mean, just
Jenny, you're just so happy.
Just if somebody needs food, we got food.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Simple.
I love that we can do that here. Now we move to Monday, April the 19th, Tim, and it's time for another Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge at all the participating locations. This next one coming up on Monday will benefit the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. I know that this is one that you care about, Tim, and you care about all of them, but this is one that you've worked with before.
We have, when we opened our store down in Alabaster, Alabama, oh man, it's been 13, 14 years now. We worked with a girl named Tanya Willingham with Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. They do a thing in November with the police officers with No Shave November. I think Speedy's been a part of it before too, where they don't shave, raise money.
But it was his head, sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah, it's different.
no facial, nothing facial. But I know he was involved, and Tanya, we've done a lot of stuff there. We held, one of the contests at that store. And this, we're glad to bring it all back around because this one is a little close to my heart too.
Well, here's how it works, and God forbid, but we've all seen it. When you have a child that is going through cancer treatments, then that becomes the center of the universe for parents and families. But there are still needs while you're going through this, such as meals. Who's taking care of your house while you're spending all this time there at the hospital. Lawn care, if that's necessary, financial assistance, paying bills. A lot of times parents have to stop working to go help, and guess what's not free? The treatments in many cases. So there's no one paid as an employee at the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. Every dollar that you guys will help us build by eating at Buffalo Wild Wings, not overly sacrificial. You get to go eat great food, and every dollar donated will go directly to relieving these families' day-to-day menial tasks that can be so burdensome, and give them more priceless memories to hold on to forever. So once you hear this diagnosis involving your child, and they deal mainly with terminal diagnosis, so this is a very difficult journey. You know what they try to do? They try to help and relieve some of the problems that come along with a journey like this, and you can help them. Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation will benefit on Monday's Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge.
Yeah, the last thing you want to think about in that kind of situation is what do I need to take care of at home?
Right.
Yeah. So Rick, we just want to thank Rick and Bubba for allowing Buffalo Wild Wings just be a part of this, raise some money for these charities. It's such a good thing that, we're not giving the money. It's money coming from our guests coming in and eating. And we've got chicken. I'm not worried about that. Pork's a problem. Chicken's not. So come on.
It's funny you said that. I've told the guys this, so they've heard me say this many times, but I just love it. I've got a friend of mine that he travels the world, and he's selling chicken. Okay, and that's what he goes out and does. And I'll see him and I'll say, "Hey, Marshall, how's everything going?" You know what he says? Everybody still loves chicken.
Yeah. No problem there. No problem at all.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Appreciate you very much, buddy.
Tim, thank you.
Guys, thank y'all too.
Tim Spencer, Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, those participating locations. Get ready for Monday. Another opportunity. Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, and Pell City. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Next Thursday, 1 week from tomorrow, Charles Billingsley and I together doing a man church service at First Baptist Church Opelika. And I mean, Charles is going to do the full deal. He's got the full band in concert. This is they're now in the second year of the men's discipleship strategy there at First Baptist Church Opelika. They're in our second curriculum, which should be available to the public by next week. We're having some delays on that, and I apologize for that, but it's going to be done. But the good news is most of the churches, of the 157 or so churches that are doing this right now, and it's growing, they're all still in the first curriculum because of the pandemic and all that. But First Baptist Opelika, buddy, they got after and still got a year in on the first curriculum, so they're now in the second one, and we'll be there for their man church on April the 22nd. It is ticketed, only $5 for a ticket. That's for them to kind of know how many people are coming, so you can get tickets by going to the link that we have there. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Bubba, can you believe that our very own Eddie Van Adler can no longer say that he has a baby girl that is this many months and that many months? As of today, he now moves into that different area of saying, I have a 1-year-old.
Wow.
Ruby Jane is 1 today.
Wow. Man, I can't even do it. Can't even say it. She's 11 months and 1 day old. That's what I'm saying. 12 months and 1 day old.
So you have a 1-year-old. Do you remember hear people saying that and the way it sounded to you?
It's crazy town. Absolutely crazy. Let's see if I can show a picture here.
Look at that sweet, precious. Happy birthday, Ruby Jane.
That is her school portrait. That's her school portrait right there. And they got her sitting in one of those like wicker chairs that like from the 70s they used to do the album covers. Y'all remember
Yes,
that?
yes.
And that's like my favorite picture ever in the history of pictures.
Right.
So.
She seems to be excited about it.
She is
so excited.
So rare to get a picture that good on a 1-year-old.
She smiles a bunch.
She really does.
She's a happy kiddo.
Pretty and happy little young lady.
Isn't she something?
Yeah. Now,
She's
from your
amazing.
post, I understand she doesn't like shoes.
Still hates shoes.
Okay.
Hates them.
Yeah, I didn't like shoes.
Angry.
Everybody
Angry
wants to be
about
barefoot.
it.
Like, don't want to wear them.
Like mad at you in her eyes, into your eyes for putting the shoes on her feet.
How dare you?
Yes, like
Well,
what
I
are
understand
you?
that.
Yeah.
And she'll like kick her feet, like rub them together
Trying to
like
get 'em
this,
off?
trying
To get
to
'em
get
off?
them off.
Yeah.
She's not very good at it, so she usually gets one off and then just is stuck with the other one.
Does she
And
still
then limps around.
This is what's interesting about little kids. So when she gets one off, does that seem to be enough?
It's like she forgets. Yeah, she's like,
I
half
freed 1 foot.
of my problems in life are solved. I guess I can crawl around.
It's not a bad percentage.
Yeah, I can crawl around and do some other stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Can you believe it?
That was a fast year. That was a long, hard, weird year, but it also went incredibly fast. You guys know. You guys
Well,
know.
the first year of your child's life, I mean, my goodness, it featured so many difficult things.
It did. There was a pandemic going on.
So much
Right in the
difficult.
middle of it.
You mean a worldwide
No,
pandemic?
worldwide
right,
pandemic.
right.
You know, and do you think about, I mean, Lord willing, will you be able to sitting down and talk to her, say, you realize your first year of life, you were in a pandemic. We heard about that at school. You know,
Right.
that kind of thing.
Yes. She'll always be able to go back in time and history and know when she was born
Oh, yeah.
and
That's
what was
right.
going on. So, yeah, it's awesome though. It's the fatherhood thing is such a blast. She gets more and more just involved every single day. She's more there. I was thinking back to, I guess it was probably 4 months ago or so, and I said to Aaron, "Okay, she's here now. She's just here. She's just a person that's here in the room, and it's just getting bigger and bigger all the time. And the pace of it is pretty. I mean, it's like God had a plan or something. But the pace of it is kind of slow, in which you find yourself, wow, I'm still changing diapers. I'm still changing 10 diapers a day or whatever. And so there's that part of it. But then they're growing up so fast, you want it to slow down, and you don't want it to go so fast. And it's in this perfect range where just every day is really just a gift, and it's just amazing.
Yeah,
it's just
awesome.
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's now she is just a tiny human being.
She really is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who interacts with
And who has I went from like 7 months ago, I went from just make sure she has no poop on her butt
Yeah.
and food in her stomach,
makes fed.
and that's it. And now I have to make sure she feels fulfilled as a human. that was a big jump in 7 months.
That's a big
pressure.
jump.
As far as what's required of me.
Right.
Adler, let me ask you something. 'Cause
She has like desires and like goals now and stuff.
Right.
I'm like, what are you were pooping. That's all you did like 4 months ago.
My requirement was a cleanup crew. That's it.
Yes.
Adler, let me ask you this, because I know, like in our world, you think the first time they pick up and throw a ball, you think, hey, they're right-handed, they're left-handed, or ooh, they seem to pick up the football more than they do the baseball or whatever. And you're always looking for those signs how they may be athletic or not. But in the Adler family, do you look to what musical instrument she goes to?
Yeah. Yes. So right now, I will just follow her around the house because you just got to let them burn off energy. Just let them go.
Yeah.
And I will walk behind her with the ukulele in my hand for an hour at a time, most days. Just let her crawl around, and I'm just.
She thinks Dad's a little weird.
Yeah, right. I'm like,
what's her response to
some
music?
minstrel or something. She loves it. She absolutely loves it. I feel like she thinks it's like a calming thing, but it gives me something to do, guys. I got to be honest, because like following a kid around is kind of boring.
Yeah.
You sing little songs you make up.
Yeah, singer songs like doobie doobie doo or whatever. And,
Doobie doo.
What about when she gets off in Pillow Land, though?
Oh, there's also Pillow Land.
Yeah.
Yes.
Has she shown any musical talent?
She
yet?
does. She absolutely loves music. If you say the word, we found this out last night. If you say the word music to her, she'll go like this.
She does
bob her head.
Like
Yes.
she's trying to go to some rhythm.
Yeah, like dancing. Yeah,
Because-
this is her dance. It's a head bob, like if
Right.
you were riding a roller coaster or something
Right.
like that, is what it looks like. And that's how she dances. If you say music, if you say dance, and we found out that she knows those words. We found that out last night on the couch.
Right.
So Adler, here's the thing, because I mean, obviously the musical talent runs strong with your family, I guess, and her mom is probably the only non-singing Adler I know of, right?
Right.
Aaron has been singing, by the way.
Oh.
Yes, I've busted her, and I think
Working on it.
You
with the-
think being around it has kind of
Yes. Her itsy, I gotta say, Aaron's itsy bitsy spider is
Pretty good.
beautiful. It's amazing.
It's in the pocket.
It's unreal. She's got a great itsy bitsy
So
spider.
it's got some potential there.
But yeah, I just want to say happy birthday to my 1-year-old, guys.
Oh my gosh. Happy
Ruby.
Ruby. I love Ruby too. She's,
Ruby Doobie.
happy birthday, Ruby Jane. 1 year old.
1 year.
So Adler, tell me about your kids. Well, I got a 1-year-old.
She's 12 months and 1 day. I can't accept it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Spring is here, and like many of you, I'm looking forward to many months of grilling season, especially because we have ButcherBox. ButcherBox ships high-quality meat conveniently right to your door. They partner with folks who believe in going above and beyond. Free-range organic chicken, heritage-bred pork, 100% grass-fed and grass-finished beef.
Past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank y'all for being with us today. Interested in learning a new language? I know it's a big commitment. I got it. Look, I know. My wife's doing that now. It's a big commitment. Here is if you don't have the time to put in, but you still would, and if you're like most people, if you're trying to learn a new language, now there's exceptions, but most of us are saying, I want to be able to go to this country, or I want to be able to interact with these people and talk and use phrases that we would use every day. I don't need to know the whole history of the language and learn the grammar and all that. Well, Babbel.com/Bubba is likely the answer. This is something you can all do, and you can have fun with it too. Learning a new language, maybe for whatever your reason may be. It might be traveling abroad. Maybe you have family, that you were raised here, and you don't even know the language of your family that well, and you're going back to visit. Babbel.com/Bubba, the number one selling language with bite-sized lessons that you actually will use in the real world. It's just like Bubba and I've talked about. Even when we try to do better, you try to do some kind of exercising, we're the kind of people that we don't like to know we're exercising. It just kind of happens. And see, this gives you that. I don't even realize I'm learning a language. I'm really having fun. Oh, look, I'm learning a language. It's not the sit down, class begins now kind of thing. Babbel's 15-minute lessons, I like that, make it a great way to learn a new language on the go. It will not overwhelm you. That's because they design their courses with practical, real-world conversations in mind, or to put it another way, things you actually would use if you were trying to interact and talk to people in everyday life. The lessons were created by over 100 language experts, and their teaching method is unique, but it's scientifically proven to be effective time and time again. So why don't you move? We're going to save you 65% off with our URL. So use it. Babbel, Babbel.com/Bubba. 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, German, and more. So start the journey now. 65% off your subscription when you go to Babbel.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we were... there's nothing more fun, and there's been people asked if they could do it, and the answer is no. But there's nothing more fun than the daily interactions in the Team Rick and Bubba group text. You never know what's going to be in there, especially if Greg decides to participate.
Right.
And that's not a given that Greg will participate. You don't know.
Not.
You never know who's there, who's not.
So, Bubba, you had a little fun with your at your wife's expense involving her Ellie Mae Clampett latest dog.
Yeah, Betty has a way with animals, and I've often compared her to Ellie Mae Clampett off of Beverly Hillbillies. Paul, can we keep him?
Yep.
If you remember, Ellie Mae would drag in every critter, as she used to call it, the whole backyard looked like a zoo. And Betty has a way with animals. They're all very good, and she communicates with them.
There's one going to the bathroom.
Well,
right there
and here's the thing, Adler, we need to kind of go in order on these. I don't think that was the first one. The first one's her coming out of the house. But we have a house dog, and it's an older dog. It's 12 years old. It's our wonder dog, Gracie. She has bladder cancer. They gave her about 6 months, and we're 2 years later. So she's, only Dr. Doolittle Betty could talk her into hanging around that long, And but she's very well trained. She knows her routine. She's yard broken, and she goes or house. How do you if
house
they go
broken.
outside?
House trained.
It
Yeah,
would
house
be
broken.
house broken.
I guess.
But they're going in the yard. So Betty yesterday, and this the video, and we have a new dog. And its name is Lovey.
Love that name.
And we've had some debate about what we're going to call this dog, but I may have to step in and go, hey, Lovey is going to be it. After trying several names, it didn't seem to work.
Yeah, but didn't it come with Lovey?
It came with Lovey.
Okay.
And there was a debate about Daisy.
I like that
And
better.
then even an alternative of Ava broke out at one point. But that is the Adler, let me explain this totally. So the new puppy is full of energy, and it likes to run.
Like all puppies,
okay?
yeah.
The old dog, not so much.
No, especially if I have bladder cancer.
As we've trained the new dog, we're training her with Gracie. I mean, they go out together, they eat together. You try to kind of get them on a schedule. Well, because the new dog is a little more wilder and apt to run, Betty puts the leash on the new dog. She doesn't on the old dog. And we're hoping the new dog will watch the old dog and get in the routine.
That makes sense.
So for some reason yesterday afternoon, Betty reaches down and she's talking or something, not paying attention, and she puts the leash on the old dog, not the new dog. Well, as she heads outside, she realizes that what she's done, and the new dog decides to take off. Well, Betty decides to chase new dog, okay, Lovey. And it was caught on one of our security cameras. And as you see here, Betty digging to try to catch up.
What did she drop? She dropped something.
She drops the leash of
for Gracie.
that's on the old dog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you see Gracie stop, and she's actually doing her business there like she's supposed to.
Well, she looks
And
around
Betty
like, why
is-
do I have this leash?
Yeah. And Betty is digging after that. Watch your little legs go here. Watch. Just to getting it down through there. And she doesn't have shoes on. So she is chasing this dog, and I didn't know all this was going on. So then on the second clip, Adler, we have Gracie there just in the yard by herself, dragging a leash, and she is watching all the activity. She's like, and she's just so focused. You could tell there's quite a scene going on because she's not taking her eyes off of it. I mean, it's just a complete mayhem over there on the other side. And you could probably even hear Betty in the video hollering at the new dog. So Adler, that was the one with the white dog in the yard by itself. Just watch
right
it.
here?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, okay, all right. So
Leash still attached.
Look,
Don't miss that. Look.
dragging the leash. And see, she's just on full alert, watching all the activity going on.
right, and you can tell doesn't need a leash because she's
No.
not going anywhere.
Yeah, it won't leave the grass, really.
No.
Lovey needs a leash.
Yeah. Now, Lovey, another case.
So
Now, Adler, if we go to the third one, the third clip, we're going to see that Lovey, who has run Betty all over the yard, by the way, has now doubled back, coming back to the door, and Betty is give out after chasing her and starts laughing. And you can hear Betty laughing as they come back to the door, and Gracie's dragging her leash. You hear it on the concrete, which is still funny.
and this is when
dragging.
the dog, she tries to get it in the house and it just bolts again, right?
No, that happened midway. Listen to Betty.
Look, that dog's like, you want us to play with this or what?
Get your butt in there.
Look, she picks it up. That's Betty going, "Ah,"
Oh, okay.
like you've run me all over the yard.
Yeah.
But you hear her laughing when she first comes up. She's out of breath, and she's laughing because this dog has run me all over the yard. Now, Adler, the fourth clip comes from the doorbell camera.
To me, this one...
And this is funny. This may be the funniest clip to me because Betty's trying to fake the dog off. Hey, we're going inside.
Right.
And you'll hear her trying to coach her up, see, to the door. Now, listen to her bark. And then she digs. And then she's gone.
Oh, it's playtime.
Now look, she goes to the left. Now watch her come back across. There she goes again. I mean, just digging. There's something funny about a dog running as hard as it can run.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't a casual. It was striding it out.
Oh, Lovey thought it was playtime. Did you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's when it goes downhill with a puppy or whatever. When all of a sudden the puppy doesn't think they're being defiant, they think that you're in.
Yeah.
You know, they look, chase me.
This is awesome.
I'm gonna run. You chase me.
It's so funny if you watch this because Betty's going to the door, and of course the dog thinks, "Hey, we may be going in. It may be getting a treat." So she kind of comes up the steps like, "Yeah," and then Betty turns around, and Lovey's like, "Oh, it's playtime." Watch her go down and bark, and then never look back. What?
And then it's gone.
And then she's gone. Look, there she goes again. That clip, her going down that hill, just digging. God, it's funny.
That's
So I almost didn't share that with y'all, but I was laughing so hard at home.
you can't keep that to yourself.
I thought, I thought I might just bring it into the show, but I thought y'all might enjoy that.
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. That's funny.
I love when she barks and never looks back. I'm gone. Like, chase me.
And for some reason, I didn't like back to the left, coming back to the right.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the left, back to the right.
Yeah.
More phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. It's time for the phone troll at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Here we go. We'll get started. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll move to the next caller. We'll get started. An anonymous call out of the great state of Alabama. Anonymous, you got 30 seconds. If you want to get in, some lines are available. You can move now. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, guys, Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, I knew we were talking here a while back about if you could go to a sports event if they were to require a vaccine card, and if you could also get an antibody test if that would be recognized. Well, currently in my work, you are allowed to take off certain PPE if you have a vaccine, but if you have a positive antibody test, you still have to wear all the PPE. So it is not honored the same as a vaccine.
And I wonder where the science is on that, because the science
vaccine is supposed to cause an antibody response. It's even a further proof that it's working.
Right.
You could get a shot and not have it not work. There are people it doesn't work on.
Yeah, I don't understand. If you have the antibodies, where's the science that you're still problematic, but someone with a vaccine isn't?
Right.
And I'm telling you, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
That will make me a conspiracy theorist if they push that.
Pay attention to that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, and I'm not into some of this stuff about, it's going to kill us all and end of time and all that.
Right.
But what I am saying is, because you don't have to really get that strange to understand it. What you got is a lot of money at stake and a ton of vaccines that need to be sold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now follow that logic, and it probably, that one's not that difficult to follow. Some of the other stuff's still out there, but that's pretty straightforward right there.
I would think too, having an antibody test result would be harder to fake than a vaccine card.
I agree with that, but I still, let's go to Thomas in Huntsville. Thomas, go ahead. 100.3 The River. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the difference between video and radio. When Bubba is saying, just look at them little legs go, I really didn't know if he was talking about Betty or the puppy.
Both. No doubt about that. Let's go to Karen, South Carolina. Karen, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I don't know if I can speak as fast as Greg, but Green Acres.
Thanks for the call.
15-year listener.
Thank you.
15-year listener. I could not get an antibody test in this darn state of South Carolina. So, because I'm 10 months out from COVID for lots of pneumonia, still have lung issues. So I went with J&J. I thought, shoot, I'm only going to get sick once. Okay, let's do this. So I did, and I got sick as a dog for 3 days.
Time out.
Temp of 104. Wow. I wasn't ready for it because I thought, surely I've don't have anything left. But if you can't get tested for the antibodies, what's the point?
Well, because I think that you're starting to see a line being drawn, and I heard this from someone who is a doctor. If you take the vaccine, and I'm not telling you not to take it if you have antibodies, that's between you and your doctor, and that's your own decision. Yeah. I'm not really into this thing. I know that's becoming mod that everybody tells you what to do. And if you don't do it, you're deemed evil.
Yeah, we still believe in personal
I kind of
responsibility.
like liberty and freedom. Yeah. Call me crazy. But it seems to be, and especially if you had a real tough time with it, those that had a tough time with it seem to have even stronger antibodies. And those antibodies and the vaccine seem, not that you're going to be sick for a long period of time, but it seems like people are getting really sick when they have strong antibodies and they put the vaccine on top of it because your antibodies thinks it's supposed to fight.
Well,
agreed. Another thing, Rick, that I didn't know was, that I didn't know was you're not supposed to take anti-inflammatories before you go get the shot. Well, this girl has a lot of South Carolina allergies, and so every 6 weeks before I go get those shots, I automatically take in some anti-inflammatories. So I went to the shot with anti-inflammatories in my body, and I still fell out. And I had to wait probably 48 hours to take the next dose of something to suppress the fever because I felt like I was dying.
That was the one thing the doctor told my parents is do not take any ibuprofen of any kind. If you need to take anything, take Tylenol about 8 hours afterwards.
Well,
what they were
the-
instructed is what
but
they were instructed to do.
If you look at the current problem that Johnson and Johnson's having, it appears to be blood clots. Or blood clot
Thank God I
related.
don't have that.
Well, and really the way that you fight that is to take aspirin. And it looks like and I'm not a doctor and I'm not trying to give advice, but it looks like most of these reports that we're seeing is 6 to 13 days after they've had the shot. All of them are
Okay.
female, and all of them are between the ages of, what was it, Speedy?
18 and
48. So I don't know why female, there's obviously something there that they're looking at, but still, 6 people versus 7 million.
Well, now be careful because you're about to say the genders are equal but distinct. Be careful.
Well,
You're not allowed
I'm
to say
afraid,
that.
I'm afraid they are. Rick.
You're not allowed to say that. But y'all got
it's going to hurt somebody's feelings. But I'm going with the facts that we know and the science. And you just check with your doctor on it because I think it works. But I don't know why that they're seeing in these particular patients some blood clot issues. But remember, we were seeing blood clot issues in people who had it.
Well, you know what the J&J gives you, don't you? It's old school.
Yeah, yeah.
It gives you part of the virus.
Well, it's a piece of the shell. It's
Right.
not the whole shell.
Well, no, of course.
And
yeah.
it would be it's like throwing a fender of a car in there and then saying, "Hey, watch for this car coming by."
Yeah.
So it shouldn't make you sick from the virus itself. But we go back to this thing. What is antibodies in your system? That means your system has been exposed to it and it's generating something to kill that virus. Well, when you come back then and introduce a piece of that virus, it's going to jump on it, and sometimes that'll make you sick.
Well, and here's the problem. It does it on the RNA, too. It sees that RNA and fights.
Because one, it's just foreign to the body, and there's going to be a certain amount of resistance to that. So
I would personally, and I'm not a doctor, and this is what I'm going to do, I'm not taking it until my antibodies are waning. I see no reason to do that, and I'm not going to do it. So because it doesn't, I'm not buying the vaccine will actually keep you safer than your antibodies. I don't buy that.
That's what they're saying now. They're saying it has a wider spectrum, and it might, but when you still have those antibodies in your system, I mean, think about it. What are we trying to do with the vaccine? Have you create antibodies?
Right.
Well, if you've already got them, you could have too many of them. And that's just logical to me. Now, here's the beauty, too, and something we have to remember. Even though you don't have the antibodies, it doesn't mean your body can't fight it. That just means it hasn't been exposed and hadn't generated them. It's still got it in the filing cabinet back there. When something comes in, they go, oh yeah, COVID-19, we got a formula for that. Shoot the antibodies out. Let's get it. But I don't think it causes that negative reaction to the shot because they're not currently being made.
Now the blood clots, we don't know what that is. That's a whole different animal.
That's where something else is causing something else. It's causing something else reacting, and it's causing a clotting effect.
It could be birth control.
Yeah, that's exactly what the article I saw.
I actually just got a text from a nurse that I love very much, going on a trip with her today, and that's what she said is you may end up tying this thing to birth control in the blood clots.
Well, we'll see. We got an email. Y'all got it that somebody's friend who took it. She's 27 but has 3 children, so she might be trying to decide when she wants to have kids or not. I don't know. Yeah. But she's now having the same exact problem. Confirmed blood clots after receiving Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Right.
So that's another woman.
So it's good just to be wise and be on the lookout for that and know what you're up against so you can do it. Adler, you got something?
Yeah, I took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine 2 weeks ago, and brain fine, no prob every time.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah, brain fine, good.
Huh? Buddy, are you all
brain
right?
normal times.
Well, Adler, I guess you saw it's only affecting females.
Right, it's only affecting females.
Female time only. Johnson vaccine fine.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Man, that's upbeat right there.
So good deeds, No, I really did take it. I got the Johnson & Johnson.
You hadn't had any problem.
2 weeks ago. My arm hurt for about 4 minutes. Y'all, I convinced my grandma to get the Johnson & Johnson. I'm like, this isn't one of those new weird DNA ones. It's just an old school vaccine. Grandma, go get it. I'm serious. She got it on Monday, and then the recall was on Tuesday. So,
good advice, Eddie.
But I don't think my grandma's on birth control, so I think she's okay.
Yeah. Well, we don't know that's it. It's possible.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Now it's time it says. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. And we'll chat with you more coming up. If you didn't get in on the last phone segment, we'll do more this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl's got that for you. We've got Wednesday Bible study back today. Session 7, Knowing God. We take on what the Bible says, that God is a jealous God. What does that mean? Oprah didn't like it, but she didn't know what she was talking about. But we'll explain it today through the Word of God. Kind of an odd concept. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubba. Hey.
Glad to be here, Rick. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Fix Mama's Mouth is back. Have you entered your mom yet? Go to contest button at rickandbubba.com. Follow the details. The deadline is April the 28th. So get all the information from Mom. She could win that $15,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney. Get it done. Guys, I want y'all to hold me accountable, okay? And I'm just going to be transparent here, and I want y'all to help me grow. All right, because I see what's happening here, and it's something I've been talking about, and it's an ongoing thing, and I'm willing to take a look at it. I'm willing to look and say maybe I'm wrong, and if I am, I'll correct it. Okay. I've told y'all that there is a little, I wouldn't say drama, but there's a little bit going on, where I go and try to do better, and I go down there 2-3 times a week. And I'm in a class with some guys called the 2 to 3. I always get in 2. If I'm not on the road on Friday,
just don't mention 3.
I get in 3. I would say my percentage of 3 is not extremely high.
Okay,
but I get 2 every time.
All right.
So anyway, and for my age, the doc said that's probably all you need. Anything else is some personal goal you set. But anyway, so
you're just burning cartilage,
right? And it's been beneficial, and I'm very look. Y'all know I wouldn't still be doing it if I wasn't seeing some benefit from it.
Yeah.
And it was very hard for me to do that because I don't like to do these kind of things. When I left athletics, I was like, I don't ever want to do that again.
The workouts to me were the worst of all of it.
So, but too that I'm kind of becoming. One of the older guys. But I don't know if you've noticed. It's been odd for you and I to shift to this. We're the older guys now. It's a different deal for us because we're a little silly and we, let's face it. We cut up. Our job allows us.
We don't act like it.
Our job allows us not to get overly wise.
Right. Right.
But we've been through life, and so I've kind of become, and the class I'm in is called the 3 o'clockers. And can't everybody be a 3 o'clocker?
Big 3.
And it's quite
That's the one Lucky's in.
It is.
Span in that, or is he in there?
No, Span. He actually, he does the women's workout.
Right, the midday.
He does the midday move class. Better known as where the women go.
Midday move.
Midday move.
But this is a hodgepodge of older, mainly. There's some younger guys in there, but a lot of older guys, and we have our little group. And Lucky now he works out until golf starts. Then you don't see him.
Right,
well, that's his workout.
Yeah. So and he's in his 70s, so he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
So y'all know that I
want to be Lucky Bailey when I grow up.
Yeah, and and you know Lucky. This, Bubba. You've worked with me for a long time.
It's not Unlucky Bailey.
No, it's not.
I like things. I don't. I don't really like people to mess with the way I want to do things. I mean, it just,
you mean set in your ways?
Yeah, set in my ways. And so once I found me a platform in there that I like,
in a corner you could hide in.
Yeah, I've made that my platform. Yeah. Okay, and there's
many reasons.
There's some discussions on whether you can do that or not. Okay. And y'all know there's been some awkward moments, including me moving one of the guys who runs Godspeed, making his mom get off the platform.
Yeah, probably
that was mine. And there's people come in, and now I've got some minions there that will not let people go, hey, that's Rick's spot,
right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, they're helping you out.
And I try to get there early so that there's really never any controversy about it.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
So anyway, and the reason why is the way our schedule works, their workouts, the last one they do is like 11:45 in the morning, and I just never can make that. And then there's a gap till 3. You know, so I
cut
can,
on out of here. And
so I can get there early. You know, on the 3 o'clock class, unlike a lot of people. So I went Monday, and somebody's stuff was on my platform.
I actually heard this played out.
That's right. I was on the phone.
You butt dialed me.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
So you heard it.
Yeah. I heard every bit of this play out.
So
he will butt dial somebody in a
Rick was
minute.
just filthy, man.
I know I do not. So I look, and somebody's stuff there, and of course, you know, some people were already there, and now it's
Somebody
become-
else called Greg.
Now it's I
Hey,
think,
baby, that's
yeah.
sweet.
But I looked, and I was kind of like, and you can tell there's any of the others that get there, you know, especially Richard, who tells on everybody. He gets there.
Teacher's pet.
Yeah, and he gets there, and you know the first thing I hear, somebody's stuff's on Rick's platform, and it was a jug of water and a towel.
You just move it.
And everybody said, "Well, what are you gonna do?" And I said, "Well, I'm gonna move it." I said,
There's other places.
I'm gonna move it over to this other platform because everybody knows that's my platform.
So when you say platform, what does that mean?
Well,
I took it you were.
I picture him on the platform.
I took it you were on like just an area of the workout place. But you say platform, that tells me up.
All right,
I feel like I walk in, he's on a mini stage.
No, it's not that, but they're marked. All right, so like when you go in, like over here, like there's picture a line here, and here's where the trainers and all them hang out, and here's the class back here.
Right, I got you.
Well, the class, there's these rectangles, and that's the platform.
Okay, you mean like something you stand on so you can do steps up and down off
They're
of
on
it?
their floor. They're just marked.
They're on the floor, but they mark where you're supposed to do, and your weights will be set up over there.
Yeah,
You'll have a rack in front of it if it's one of those kind. So you have everybody stands,
But it's elevated or no?
No, it's
just
not.
marked.
It's
It's
marked
just
on the
marked.
ground.
It's got a rectangle with the logo of Godspeed in the middle of it.
I got it.
And so they're called platforms.
So it spreads you out. It does your space.
There it is.
That's it. So anyway, so I've got mine, and
Did you put your name on it?
well, unofficially,
In my mind.
at 3 o'clock. Now, if it ain't 3 o'clock, then I have no claim on it.
Anybody can have it.
So I finally moved the stuff. Okay, and because it's on my spot. So then
You don't want to check see if it's somebody important's mom again?
well,
Oh, no.
Then you butt dialed me.
yeah, didn't know that.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there's 2 guys that run the Godspeed deal here and in Huntsville. They're the 2 partners. They're the main guys. I don't know their arrangement, but you've got the guy who is obviously the number 1, and then this is the number 2. But he also trains and does. He runs a big part of it. He is the number 2 guy.
Yeah.
Okay. And he comes over and he goes, "You know whose stuff that is?
Who?
Mine." He said, I did this as a test.
He's catching on to you.
I said, "What do you mean it's a test?" He goes, "Are you can't save a spot." And
Did
I
you
s-
tell him it's
Well, it's
just
an
like church?
unspoken-
There's a place
There's the
that you're more
platform.
comfortable.
So there's the platforms.
You're more
That's
comfortable
me back
sitting
there.
in.
See me back there in the back corner where that big door opens. That's my
course,
platform right there. And so
You can get right around that ledge.
and he said he looked at me. He said, "I did that to see if you would move it." He goes, "You didn't even know that could have been a visitor. That could have been somebody that was trying our place for the first time."
So are you in trouble?
And you moved their
Had to
stuff.
run a lap.
And you moved their stuff. And I said,
6 burpees.
and I didn't back down. I said, "Yes, I did." And he goes, "Well, do you feel good about that?" I said, "I do," because now if there were no platforms left, and I was in here
Yeah, you
late,
kicked them out.
I said, "But there's plenty of other platforms, and I don't have any reservation of moving somebody's stuff to another platform and then saying, 'Hey, this is my spot.'"
Yeah.
And he goes, "But you know that you can't save places.
No one else has a spot, right?
And he goes, "If at church, if somebody had the Bible where you normally sit, would you just move it and sit there?" I said, "Yes, of course I would." I learned that-
You know why? Because that's your spot.
That's right. I learned that from my grandmother. Okay, I mean, you ever tried to move one of the senior citizens stuff where they sit?
Well, you
there?
know, pastors make fun of that a lot of times, but I'm like, I don't think you should really make fun of that. That means I'm consistent.
Right.
I could not be here.
I come,
You know,
yeah.
and
Not be here enough to have
Please
just because I
understand.
like this spot, don't
Greg.
make me have to be a bad person.
Yeah.
Don't miss this. So he butt dials me and he acknowledges, "Hey, did I just call you?" And I said, "You did." And he's like, "Man, I'm butt dialed you. I'm sorry." And he took that opportunity because there was something we had been wanting to talk about for a couple days and just hadn't. In regards to, it was pretty spiritual in regards to worship music. So we start talking about that. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of our conversation, I hear, "Hey, did you do that?"
Yeah, it's awkward.
And then it's a back and
You heard me get
forth.
busted.
And at first I think,
You go, huh?
why are you getting like? Why are you getting on me about this? I mean, I thought we were having. I mean, I really at first I thought, why is he talking? Why has he changed gears here so quickly? Yeah. And then I realized what was going on. And
you heard me.
I just kind of sat back and thought, wow, so this is I kind of had second hand because I didn't know what to do, where to look.
Am I wrong to get my own space?
No, but I'd like to see you put your phone up, put it in your locker. It don't need to be.
I don't have a locker.
Well, you can pile it in the corner there. It don't need to be around your workout.
It wasn't. I hadn't started yet.
No, he hadn't started.
Greg, you should have been done with it by
Greg,
now.
if he sets it down,
You're Bubba. You know what? You're right.
Greg, you know why I like my spot? Because I've got a place to put my phone and my water and all my stuff. And my sunglasses.
Rick, if it makes you feel comfortable,
because I run in sunglasses, you might not know about that.
And you're not moving out other people. I don't see what's wrong with having your own spot
right out there.
I wouldn't do it if there was no other spots and I was late. But
I think you would.
But there's others. Well, you're right. I probably would.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Well, thanks, guys. That was an important conversation for me. It sounds like y'all are good with it. I'm just going to continue on. All right, so as we come back, Bubba, let's go to space. Got my skinny jeans on.
Greg said something about that earlier. Are these skinny jeans?
No, they're not. But they're. I'm not making fun. I guess
Greg, you are making fun.
These must have been the actual length of your legs, because normally you cut them off and they're like real big all the way down to your ankles. Those actually.
So, Greg, when you scream skinny jeans, you're not making fun.
No, I'm just saying. Normally he's got them Dickie Blues on.
Yeah, he's
got the what?
Them Dickie Blues.
This is just another pair in the rotation.
I'm just shocked you have long pants on.
They're kind of they're not bell bottom, not bell bottom.
I gotta give
they're
them
not
woods
boot cut. Straight leg.
Yeah,
they're not skinny.
You're saying him hugging them legs a little bit.
Yeah, they're straight leg. They're skinny, and I was exaggerating.
Right.
That.
They don't look like chaps.
No.
Well, Rick, we're very excited about this. The question is, do you have what it takes? A new reality TV competition called Space Hero has signed an agreement with NASA to send one winner to the International Space Station for 10 days in 2023.
Can you imagine the legal? Can you imagine the legal on this? You know how you have to have people, do all those disclaimers and you can't hold us accountable. I mean, what kind of paperwork do you have to fill out for somebody to send you to the space station?
Well, Rick, no specific details have been released about Space Hero, the competition that has been revealed so far. It's thought that the contestants will undergo extensive physical and mental testing. Well, I guess I'm out.
Ruh-roh.
The winner will spend 10 days on the International Space Station, 250 miles above the Earth. NASA has opened negotiations with Space Hero over a potential ISS visit.
Some people call me a space hero. Some call me the gangster of love. Some people call me a Bubba.
Well, it sounds like they don't have the final deal in place, but it does sound like they are headed that direction. And look, I say good for NASA. Put somebody up there that won, but be careful who wins.
Yeah,
we know how that can go.
Golly, picture it.
Imagine.
What if look, Willie and Wanda in Los Angeles is one thing.
Well, that was a blind draw. At least with this training they're going to have, they'll be able to filter out.
Weed them out.
Yeah.
Are they going to start off with a large group and then narrow it down to one?
Greg, any way you go to the space station for 10 days?
Sure.
No way.
I'd love to.
You would not.
I would.
You realize what you got to do to get there?
I would go.
You would go to the space
Absolutely.
station for 10 days. Ain't enough room in there.
I know it's a little tight.
It's tight.
Well, listen to this.
I just like when they squirt that food in there and then they fly and catch it in their mouth.
Yeah.
After I do that, I'll come back.
If I could chase M&Ms around and catch them floating, that's even better.
Now, taking a dump in that bag, I'm not excited
Well,
about
thank you, Greg, for clarifying.
I think I can hold it for 10 days.
The group behind this, called Axiom Space, is a private space infrastructure developer.
Oh, it's a
and says
jackleg bunch.
Their eventual goal is to have their own private space station.
Oh, never
it will start as a module attached to the ISS. They're already in negotiations with NASA on that. Space Hero will be a full reality competition open to anyone fluent in English over the age of 18 and prepared to go into space as early as 2023.
Wait a minute. So I don't get to go in the whole space station? They said it's just a little module.
No, they're saying eventually they want to have a goal of their own space station that they're going to build connected to ISS and then jettison it off.
But if I win this, I'm going into the big thing.
Yeah, you're going in, man. Looks like it.
I'm gonna be doing it.
It looks like it. How about that?
I'm gonna do it.
They're still saying they don't know
if
the winner will go up on a U.S. rocket or the Russian Soyuz, but
oh boy,
they're working to get this done. So anyway, I think that'll be fun. That'll make it interesting.
And it don't cost anything.
Now, based on what
not for the contestants,
based on the requirement, I mean you're out. But if you,
I won't pass the rigorous physical training. I'm sure.
But if you could go and you knew you were going to win, would you do the rigorous training to get ready? Would you lose weight? Would you?
What is the rigorous training?
I would try. Well, they don't know. They're just assuming. Well, you're going to have to be in shape like most of the astronauts.
But what does that mean?
None of them are going to go.
They're
up
going to put you in that thing.
It
where they
looks
put
like the
G-forces
round
on
man,
you.
the rebound.
No, they're going to
That's
swing you around them G-forces if you pass out.
Not anything major, I don't think. But I mean,
rigorous.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's the word.
Well, they want
use.
you to be able to run. And
Rick,
do
you could
pull-ups
go and you
stuff.
can have your own little platform there.
There you go. That's I tell you one thing. I'm getting ready to go to the space station. You better get off my plane.
That's where I'm going to be right here.
Is it always funny to y'all when you see the astronauts on the treadmill in space and they're tied down?
I know.
Isn't that funny?
But if somebody walked up to you and said, "Hey, Chubbalicious, lose 75, and you're on the space station,"
I would love to go. I don't know if I'd be ready in 2023 yet or not.
Right.
So,
and I would rather stay 5 days instead of 10.
I'm with you on that.
No, I think
that's the first thing I thought of.
I think
thought
once
10
you
days
get there,
is too long.
it'll probably take you 2 or 3 days to get, kind of acclimated.
I know. I'll be drinking a lot of Tang.
And by the way, Greg, I don't know if you've seen that their toilet on the space station looks more like what you would have on an airplane.
Oh, okay.
They use negative pressure to take care of it. But you got to be sure of that.
I don't think you get to eat enough to have an issue.
You probably don't.
Yeah, and the food.
All the foods and toothpaste squirters.
I know. That kind of hurt.
Yeah, that's right.
Somebody fix me a sandwich.
How about them?
Well, you don't
to stay forever.
You don't want a piece of ham, Rick. You don't want a piece of ham floating around up there.
Can I tell you what? I can see the sky pretty good from where I live. I don't want to go.
I'll be honest. I'd like to go.
I would not. I have zero desire to be in space.
Zip.
I ain't going in space.
What if you go right to the edge of space?
Don't want to be there either.
I think maybe that Virgin
That guy that parachuted. What if you go with him?
Greg, I was willing to do that until last Friday.
That Virgin. Yeah, you almost parachuted in. That Virgin Galactic trip might be better where you just go up for a few minutes and come
that
back
ain't
down
bad.
as a warm up
For $150,000. Yeah.
I found when you get rattled around up there and you're in that little tube, you just think that's a lot different than being in my car and hit a pothole.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I mean, I think I'd want to go after maybe the kids were out of college and more settled.
I'd rather go to Mars because you know how excited I am about that.
Yeah, I got no desire to go to space.
I'm really close to getting my back the way I want it, so I can hit a golf ball again. I don't want to mess it up, and I think that'd mess it up.
No desire to go to space. I even think if all y'all were getting on rockets and shooting yourself into space and it was over, I'd just stay here and sound
I know.
I love thoughts of it.
Sometimes somebody's got to stay here and do the show.
Yeah, I'm good.
I can zoom.
How about this? Got no desire to be up there.
Come on.
I don't want to go to space. It looks uncomfortable.
I kind of want to go.
It looks
It doesn't look comfortable.
Rick, you're weightless. You just get to float.
Yeah, that's all right. I've done that before down here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past Rick and Bubba's show. Your phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. SimplySayBubba.com. What an opportunity. Which part of your place, if you were honest, feels a little less secure than you might want it to be? Maybe it's the first floor windows. Maybe it's a door that's tough to see. Look, you never have to worry about things like that if you'll just go get a SimplySafeBubba.com security system. There'll never be any time ever again, day or night, where you have to worry because your place will always be guarded. There'll be none of these areas you're concerned about. You don't have to worry. And if you would like to do this, now's the time. All you need is about 30 minutes to get the system set up. You set it up yourself with their help, and then you get a free camera as part of what we're doing here. We'll throw in a free security camera if you use our URL, SimplySafeBubba.com. The system will get to you in about 7 days. As I said, about 30 minutes or less to set it up. They'll monitor you for $15 a month. It just makes you feel good when you hear the bass of that Simply Safe Bubba system say alarm on. You know that if anybody tries to break into your property, they will meet resistance and authorities will be alerted. SimplySafeBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, to Scott in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. You know, if you brought up traveling space, somebody going to call from Huntsville.
That's right.
So, Scott.
Full of rocket scientists.
Yeah, Scott, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, I listen to y'all's show a lot. I
Thank
love it. It's really exciting to hear the space station come up this morning. I just wanted to see if you guys had any questions. I mean, I know there's a lot of myths and things, but we do a lot of scientific research. One of our mottos is science off the earth for the earth. So that's really rewarding, and the astronauts have an assortment of good food. It's very different than it used to be. But I just wanted to see if y'all had any questions I could help you with or that you might want to talk about.
Anything you guys in space are working on that would finally solve the issue of people driving slow in the left lane?
I think that's probably beyond what we could do at NASA because that's a human condition. But,
All right. I'll just give up on being put on hold and being told that my call is very important to somebody 45 minutes later.
Scott, do you?
These are the problems I face, Scott.
Scott, do you work with a control room up there for the backup for the space station payload and all that?
Yes. The control center here in Huntsville, we are the lead center for NASA scientific research on the space station. And I'm one of the controllers in that control room. And I can just say it's a blessing, and it's one of the greatest jobs in the world.
Well, we got to tour up there a little bit. I guess it was wasn't last year. I guess it was 19, and got to see that. That's a pretty impressive setup that you guys have up there, and we appreciate the work you're doing.
Hey, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Y'all give me a lift every morning. So
thank you. Speaking of a lift,
good work.
Is the bathroom situation up there better than it used to be?
Yes.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. In fact, we recently certified and flew a new one, so we have two on the U.S. side, and this one has improved functionality, improved comfort. So we continue to perfect better ways to live in space, and that's part of the scientific research. And that'll eventually get us to the moon and Mars, and hopefully further one day.
Are we still sharing with the Ruskies? Who are we partnering with?
There are a bunch of folks.
Yeah, the International Space Station is a collaboration with the Russians. We are also with the Japanese Space Agency, and with the European Space Agency, which is a collaboration of European countries. So it really is truly a worldwide effort to operate the space station.
You know, Scott, and that's great that we can work together. I just always worry about being hooked up with the Russians up there if we have a little problem on the ground, say like maybe it's going on now.
Yeah, it's talking about the Ukraine off limits up there right now.
You just leave that off.
Well, the astronauts talk about what they talk about, and one of the most amazing things to me, and I've been supporting this program since 1998 in various roles. And regardless of what happens politically, regardless of what happens in the world, on this program, we are able to cooperate and work together successfully. And I think on some way that gives me hope that if this can lay the groundwork for really establishing a better worldwide peace.
What about?
And you hope so.
From the show, who do you think we should send? Adler? Do you think he's got the best shot? He's small.
I think Adler would be a good choice.
Yeah, he's in better shape than everybody
What
else.
is the rigorous?
But he can't carry a guitar. He ain't got that much room, Rick. Maybe a harmonica.
Ukulele.
Harmonica, maybe.
That ukulele.
What are the fitness standards? We heard the word rigorous.
We heard
and
rigorous.
What do you think they're going to put them through, Scott?
Yeah, rigorous.
Rigorous. So, yeah, you've got to pass cardiovascular. You've got to pass muscular. You have to go through, it evaluates how surgeries you've had. I mean, it really is very strict because the rigors of living in a microgravity environment take a toll on the body. Now, if you're only there for 5 or 10 days, it's not quite like staying 6 months.
Sure.
But it's still intense, and you do have to be extremely healthy and extremely fit. And that's really just for your own protection.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
We're all out.
Yeah, Adler could go probably.
He probably could.
Yeah, I think I need
to
to
rock walls.
Scott, I probably need to start out with Virgin Galactic, work my way up.
That's a great plan.
Just fly.
So
I'd be known as the Panda Astronaut.
Scott, thank you for your ongoing research, what you guys are doing, and thanks for listening to the show.
Hey, thanks a lot. You guys have a blessed day.
And thanks for having a sense of humor about it.
Yep.
Let's go to.
Let me ask you this: why, if any time you're a little portly, do they call you a panda?
Well, so I want to. This is a really good.
Bubba,
topic.
you're in space.
Yeah, there it is. There's the panda knot.
Bubba, you're currently playing for the Atlanta Braves. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah,
or
I
not.
know. They've got a guy that's a little heavy, and they call him Panda.
And he hits bombs too.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not Asian.
Bomb diggities.
Do you think it just sounds? Do you think it just sounds better than pig?
I don't know, but if you're portly a little bit, they immediately throw you in the
Rick,
panda
please look
category.
at the TV.
Oh, that's good.
Somebody in my house, I'm not going to tell you who it was, the other night said, "Look, Bubba's batting for the Braves."
Yeah,
that's good.
There's Panda.
Yeah, if you saw me in that Barons outfit back when we did a show over there, you'll go, wow, there's a lot alike.
You get your picture of McGruff?
Hey, he swings that bat, Rick, like he's trying to take somebody's head off in the outfield.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I mean, look, it goes back to everything. I mean, we can be difficult to deal with. I mean, don't overlook. We got a lot of power in our legs.
Yeah.
So.
I want to see the Panda come into home plate. Oh, buddy, that'll be a good one.
I bet we won't do instant replay on that one. By the way, is anybody
we know he
yet?
won't be hitting an inside the park home run.
Not at all.
Is somebody ever going to explain?
No.
Evidently
not.
It's done. It's a done deal. Man. It's
Right.
in the book. They got away with one.
We'll see them in 90 games.
Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, can you believe the audacity of this bunch? How intolerant can you be to say you have to speak English fluently? I mean, come on. I think we need to boycott NASA.
Well, there's this thing they have to communicate on the space station. And it's life or death.
It's a biggie.
So, they can get around
it's
the
probably. I
language
know this
barrier.
is crazy. The Russians probably require the Russians to speak Russian.
Probably.
Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hey, Josh, you're on, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering if y'all had seen the space hotel that's opening up in 2027.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's actually on it's a news story. I got it on CNN. So I guess I don't know. It might be fake news, but they opened up a space hotel though, and you can go do stay in space like a floating cruise ship. They say.
Reckon what
Well,
that'll cost you.
they may
Josh,
be.
I just don't think. I'm not sure.
They may be making plans to do that, but look, let's face it. If contractors are building it, give it 2037.
That's so true. Yeah, I haven't heard 2027. That's a bold move. Well, there it is on CNN Travel, so it must be true.
Well, there it is.
World's first space hotel.
That's just a drawing.
But how you get to it?
Just a
Well,
drawing.
you know, by the time that they get that going, SpaceX and United Launch and all these guys are going to be just flying shuttles up and down.
So they're
all
trying.
the time.
They're saying they think there's going to be a demand for this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, look, people are already in line to go on this Virgin Galactic. You know, the space station. They said they were going to sell a seat on it for $10 million.
And which one?
The International Space Station.
What are they going to fly on?
What do you mean?
What's the name of that they're going to fly on? From it's called what?
Virgin Galactic.
What about one of the NSYNC guys going to go up one time with the Russians?
Yeah, Lance Bass.
He was going to buy his way on?
Right. And the Russians end up shutting that down for some reason.
Thomas in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Thomas, go ahead. I'll tell you one.
I'm surprised you guys aren't more excited. How many times have y'all been doing celebrity news and wished you could fire some reality stars into space?
Boy, isn't that true? Yeah, I'm all about that. All right, when we come back, I guess today's show will feature a lot of videos of small dogs.
I think that's kind of a theme today.
It's a theme today.
Yes.
Tiny dogs. We'll come back. Not your typical guard dogs, but they get the job done when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. All right, so Bubba Wacky World here, and our little dog theme continues. A look around the wacky. I feel good. Bubba D.D. Mueller, sleeping at her home in Pasadena, California. She awoke when her terriers, are you ready for these names? Squirt and Mimi, began to bark loudly. She has the footage in her home where she really discovers that while she was sleeping, a hungry bear showed up there at the home.
Can you believe that?
And it looks like
how bizarre
that the bear is run off by Squirt and Mimi.
I think we got audio.
We have. The audio doesn't start. See, the bear's full blown in the house.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, did they just leave a door kind of open or something? The bear came.
Bears can open sliding doors.
Nosed his way in.
So right now the bear's trying to figure out, and you can tell it's kind of a young bear, but still very, very deadly.
But it's big, Rick. That's a big bear.
And the terriers are about to find out that they're not going to. Now, is the person, didn't they say in there sleep on that couch in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And so you don't know there's a bear in your house. And then here in just a few seconds, the terriers are going to start rolling. You'll be able to hear what's going on.
How about if she'd have woke up from the nap with the dogs barking and would never have
Here
known
they come.
what was happening?
Here they come.
That'd scare me too.
And look, and that, I mean, Squirt and Mimi, they run the bear right out of there.
Now, let me remind you of the story we had about the cute little dog that ran alligators off. You remember that story?
That was
finally one of them changed his mind, turned around and eat the dog.
Yeah, finally, somebody told that alligator. You realize this is no threat to you.
So Squirt and Mimi need to just leave it alone after that.
Well, Squirt and Mimi got the job done, but I tell you what makes me just feel so creepy is that to see the footage of a bear walking around your house. Look, she's on that couch right in there sleeping.
And remember, the dogs,
pile in there.
The dogs started barking. I'm sure it woke her up. But, you're kind of slow to wake up, even if dogs are barking. Bear is long gone. If she hadn't had security cameras, she would have never known what happened.
Yeah, she'd have been like, what are
she
the
just
dogs
thought
hollering
the dogs are barking at the mailman or something.
The dogs must be asleep, too, because it takes them a while to know the bear's in the house.
Right.
So there's
I figured bear be going through the fridge.
Well, he didn't know to look in there.
He's looking for some honey.
Yeah, he's trying to figure something out.
How about a bear walking around in your house?
Thumbs down. See how they came from the couch?
Yeah.
I bet they's in there.
That one is.
I'm telling you, they go after the bear. Wow. Full blown.
Who is? What is the first dog? Is that Squirt or Mimi?
I really don't know.
I feel like that one is probably Squirt, and then the other was Mimi, the little one.
Well, it may be, and I don't know, but I
don't know. I just feel that way.
They were successful,
right,
and now on the other end of the spectrum, we had in our animal update today. I guess this is turning into an animal update here. San Diego Zoo worker. You see this one? Sorry, Bubba. I'm so sorry, Bubba. We have a San Diego Zoo employee has been hospitalized Monday afternoon after being bitten by a venomous snake. The incident occurred as the wildlife care specialist. Are we to this point now? That's the title? Then we used to call it zookeeper.
I thought we did, right? So I got a little rhyme. It goes something like this.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, wildlife care specialist doesn't work very good.
No, it does.
Wildlife care specialist, also known as a zookeeper.
You ever been around these people that they want some title?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you're a zookeeper. No, I'm not. I'm a wildlife care specialist. Yeah, he's a zookeeper.
Yeah, pretty much. Keep the zoo.
Yeah, I'd like to have a title. I want to be the
wildlife specialist.
Well, they've done. They've
senior
done that.
wildlife specialist.
They've done that with all kind of jobs.
No, I'm associate wildlife care specialist.
We were growing up. People had a secretary. And now it has to be administrative assistant.
Yeah,
or so. I mean, they've changed all the job titles.
Gosh.
And that's fine. Whatever you want to be called, I don't care.
You know, but all at the bottom of it all, Greg, is one of your statements. People want to be sharp.
That's all it is.
So anyway, this
Most
wildlife
people go through life wanting to be
this
sharp.
wildlife care specialist, zookeeper, is caring for the African bush viper. Boy, that one is bad news.
You
right
draw
there,
that care package.
It was in a non-public area. In keeping with the protocols, a staff member was immediately taken to the hospital for evaluation and medical care, and we remain in close contact. You know what that means?
Call us if you're all right.
Yeah. It says here that this snake has no antivenom.
Yeah, so they
Well, then why have it?
Well, what I'm saying is they don't milk them and they don't have it
Milk 'em,
ready to
suck 'em,
go.
diet.
But they said they can use other poisonous snake antivenom to treat this. But you know, a lot of them.
Johnson came up with
Yeah,
one that didn't work.
they. But I mean,
it worked fine until they brought some woman in there.
Yeah, some of them they actually have it for that particular snake,
Yes.
but they don't for this one.
No antivenom for this one. It says National
Well, there's
Geographic.
not a lot of 'em.
National Geographic states that this viper, which is native to parts of Western and Central Africa, probably not San Diego,
Probably not where he needs to be.
Sandy Lamo. But anyway, they said that that this venom typically
Stay
kills
classy.
someone within days. Here's some things it can do to you: serious kidney damage, disrupt blood clotting and flow, severe inflammation, hemorrhaging, tissue death, causes fevers and internal bleeding, which can be fatal.
Evidently, this zookeeper's got a little BA blood because he's still hanging in there, right?
Well, he is, Greg, but we're not out of the woods yet.
No,
And
it
he's-
takes time because usually the snake venom causes your blood to thicken up.
What about when they cut him and suck the venom out?
I don't think they recommend you
they
do
told
that
you to quit
anymore.
doing that. Remember when we used to do that
Again-
on the cowboy movies?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it led to a fantastic.
Oh,
joke.
it was a great joke about the
Yeah.
guys playing golf. I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
But it's over now. Yeah.
Rick,
But
Rick,
again-
one of my favorite jokes.
Again,
right up there with the cute angina. You know, heart condition.
We got it, buddy.
I wish I wasn't here.
I wish I was already on
Greg,
the road.
No, Greg, I remember it.
I wish I was invisible.
Sure.
Guys, that's a medical condition.
It is.
We got it.
No, but it came from that same group of jokes that were around for so long.
They just rotated.
They were so good. That one, along with the I don't know. This one's eating my bubble.
Rick, don't forget the patent on the apple.
See, I don't even know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
you don't remember that one?
No. That's
I'll tell you
just
later.
no. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
They told me you couldn't have a patent on apple. They said, you ain't seen one like this one.
Yeah, Greg, that's probably enough.
Just what gets me about
You know
Greg?
what happened?
You remember when
He
you
got the shot yesterday.
You remember back in the
It's
day?
a side effect.
You got your second shot.
I'll be honest.
And I'm not saying-
I'll be
no,
honest.
no.
I've seen it before.
Are you Pfizer or Moderna?
I'm Moderna. I'm Dirty Mo. Got my second one yesterday.
Why do you think it's not? Why do you think it's not bothering you?
You know why? Mixed it with a little BAB. I started not even get the second one. I really didn't need it. You remember when you knew you had a good joke, you couldn't wait to tell everybody the next day?
Yeah, like you're
and
doing
you
now.
practiced it.
Like you're doing now.
Yeah.
Did you notice, like, with Greg's one of those things, you ever put the brakes on something but it keeps rolling?
Yeah.
We got to work on
Hey,
these.
whoa, these brakes need some work.
We need to work on these brakes.
I need some brake pads.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we got a lot to unpack this hour. Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon on the YouTube channel at 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after, and we'll put links out on all of our social media platforms. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth is back. Hit the contest button, get your mom entered, and then for consideration, 28th of April is our cutoff. All right, let's welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day.
Bubba, it was the greatest Ponzi scheme known to man, other than, of course, as you've mentioned several times, other than our own Social Security.
Yeah, Social Security, the federal government. Other than that, in the private sector, let's put it that way.
In the private sector, Ponzi scheme schemer Bernie Madoff has died in federal prison, 82.
82 years old. He had served 12 of his 150-year sentence. Rick, he was sentenced for scamming people out of close to $65 billion.
Oh, he's the poster child for a Ponzi.
You ever seen the movie?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
bet it's good.
The one
I love stuff like that to show, even though it was misguided, to show how smart.
Yeah. Was it the one where he was telling you what he was doing as he was doing it?
I think so.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Robert De Niro playing him in that, right?
Yeah, I think that was it.
Well, there's two then, and both of them are really good.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have Robert De Niro wrong, but I thought.
But you're probably right. There's kind of like there's about 4 or 5 Steve Jobs movies.
Yeah,
you know you and Brian Wilson's. You got a bunch of them.
You know,
a lot of Brian Wilson's.
The real bad part of this is we put Bernie Madoff in prison, and rightly so. But we should have already put a lot of our federal folks and elected politicians in jail for doing much worse. If they'd only stole billions, we'd be very thankful.
Right.
They're in the trillions now.
How about when you scam people out of just under $65 billion?
That's a big number,
man.
Right? When they go down, hey, you got in trouble for that Ponzi scheme? Yeah, but what kind of damage you do? Wow, $65 million. Pretty good.
Billion.
Do you remember?
Billion, I meant. I'm sorry.
Do you remember?
It's pretty good, buddy.
In that movie, Rick, when he first started out selling securities, he wasn't doing that good. Do you?
He found an angle.
Yeah, and he started promising them more return than they could get anywhere else, and then he just started, using the new money coming in to fund the old money, and when
eventually it'll all come together.
Yeah, when you start a Ponzi scheme, much like Social Security,
that's the Wizard of Lies.
And another was Richard Dreyfuss, looks like.
Is it Madoff?
Yeah.
So one of them was a movie, and one of them was a miniseries. Madoff was a miniseries.
Okay.
I haven't seen that.
How do you?
I've seen both of them. They're both excellent.
You're this guy, and you're obviously very wise to be able to pull this off to begin with. What is your plan? How does this end? Other than you being caught and going to prison,
do you just live in the moment and go, I know one day this is going to be bad, but I'm just going to enjoy what's happening right now? I guess you have to. I'll worry about that later.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, do you think?
Or do you think that in the end you're somehow going to pull it
Can
off?
I tell you what I think it is? Honestly, here's what I think it is, because I've seen people do this out in the world of contracting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it goes on a lot. It's a different version, but basically they get you to give them money, and then they start using that money to pay off other people, and then they don't
get somebody else to get yours.
I had a guy one time that was doing that was something we were doing, and then I found out that every time I would give him money, he wouldn't go buy the things that he was supposed to buy for our job. He would go buy things he needed for another job, and I think in their mind they think at some point they're going to catch up, and this is just a bridge. But one day I'm going to have enough money to write all this, and it just never happens. And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, when a contractor, Rick, I could even see where a contractor would see that. But in Bernie's case here, it keeps getting bigger. So the problem doesn't get smaller, it gets bigger.
Yeah.
Do you realize at one time he was in charge of the NASDAQ? He was the chairman of the stock exchange. So,
do you think you're so smart that you'll just be dead before anybody knows what you were doing?
Yeah, that's a good point. You can outlive. I mean,
or your life insurance is going to even it up.
Now, first of all, you have zero fear of God, so that's not even in your life.
I think we can check that box.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he got that worked out. Oh, he had 12 years to get that worked out. God is very gracious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he have a son commit suicide because of this?
I think you're right.
I think it weighed on him so much that he ended up taking his own life.
Unfortunately, you may be right. I remember something like that. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know.
I haven't seen the Richard Dreyfuss one, but I've seen the Robert De Niro one.
Both of them are excellent.
Well,
which one was it where he was talking about what he was doing as he was doing it?
I think they include that in both of them.
Okay, because that was good. I thought.
No, that's Madoff. I think what you're talking
I
about.
can't remember which one I saw.
Because it's the miniseries, and the Wizard of Lies is with
Just
De
one movie,
Niro
right?
is one movie.
I'm like Greg said. I watched so many Steve Jobs. I can't. They all ran
know.
together.
Yeah, there's a
you
bunch
know.
of
I got to tell you, every since, and I don't know why, but you know, De Niro's lost it. He's
I
mean,
love him in
and I know
movies,
he-
but off camera, he is.
My
he is a
gracious,
nut
and I know
job.
he's not the only one.
He's
that
still wanting
has.
to fight Trump.
But for some reason, I just can't. I can't watch him now. I don't know
Hey,
why.
Robert, he's retired.
So-
Yeah.
Just a
So I
citizen.
might go with the other mini.
So what you're saying
Plus, he
is,
has security detail. You'll get shot if you
Be
try
tough.
that.
Yeah.
look, this is that thing where we all have it, where if entertainers, they can cross a line that we go, now the product's damaged.
Yeah.
And for you, he's gone so far you can't compartmentalize it anymore.
No, and there's a list of celebrities, and I'm not like I'm not watching that. But I'm just saying if I see
How does it sound when you won't watch it?
I'm not watching.
That's your boycott voice.
Yeah, but it's just and there's so many wackos out there now. He's not the only
I
one.
know.
But
Well,
yeah,
Greg, he made the ultimate sin against Speedy.
what's that?
Negative about Trump.
Oh yeah, you can't do that.
Oh,
Well,
you
it's-
can't do that in
it's-
front of Speedy.
we
Wilburn.
can-
Rick, you know he's
cannot.
from Mississippi, lives in Alabama.
I know.
Come on.
Hey, look,
It's only a line that
hey,
separates
that's
us.
it.
Hey, let me tell you something. Calvin don't allow that.
Hey,
Hey, you think he got a Trump Pence flag on his
Oh
head?
my goodness.
we could start a reel on him. It's not just Trump.
Oh.
He's a wacko.
Well, I know, but that was the line.
Yeah.
I got
We
it.
did it.
him and
you love-
what's the other
You
one?
love
wrong
Meet the
with that?
Fockers right up to that.
You know what? And tell you that's such a great
Gotta be
series.
easy
You
with
know, those are great movies. They're funny, but now knowing what I know about him, I can't even enjoy him.
Can I tell you this? For some reason,
He's
and
funny.
I can't
I mean,
explain
just
it.
good and stuff.
Hey, listen, I don't even agree with myself on this. For some reason, I can't explain it. It's like the actor Robert De Niro and this idiot that says all these crazy things.
two different people.
They're not the same
Yeah,
person,
yeah,
really.
yeah.
But I'm talking about. No, I'm not saying that's okay. But because for some people, I don't feel that way about.
Right.
But something's happened. Maybe he's such a good actor. I can't relate him to that other guy.
Rick, that's what I'm saying. I can separate. I don't pay attention at all to the civilian Robert De Niro.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
the characters, and I'm gonna tell you. And I can't think of the name of the movie, but my favorite movie, just because he's such a good character actor, is one when that's me. It's way over there.
But yeah, do not stop that phone.
That's the theme of your blood.
Well, I've never lost my cat.
No,
But anyway, if you've seen the one where he's
Just talk over it, Greg.
Leonardo DiCaprio's still young, and he's in it. He's his stepdad, and he's
Greg, I
just the
can't hear
biggest
you.
A Boy's Life or something.
Can I answer that
It's
like
the biggest
Greg?
jerk in the world.
I think I have seen that.
Oh,
I'm
Rick,
trying to remember what it
Rick,
is.
The
Rick,
Boy's
he-
Life. You're right.
He's got this character down.
I'll tell you another one. The Fan with Wesley Snipes. That's a good movie.
Speedy can hear y'all.
There you go.
You hear me?
Hey, the other one that's lost it, Rob Reiner. Have you seen the story?
Oh, I'd like to punch him.
Rob Reiner. I mean,
What an idiot.
See, that's not even a sacrifice.
What did he say about Trump, Speed?
See, I separate
I loved him as
Charlie
Meathead.
Sheen. He's minded. It's two different people.
Hey,
Why
how
are you
about,
calling during the show?
hey, how about this? You'll be surprised how many things Rob Reiner put together.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up, so stand by for that. All right, so let's here now. We've talked about this a lot over the years, and since we just talked about Trump and Speedy, I know you had this one on the top of the stack today, and that is that CNN staffer is caught on a video admitting that the network's focus was, and this is in quotes, and you'll hear him discussing this in the video and the audio that we have, to get Trump out of office, and calls the coverage nothing more than propaganda. Now, we all have been saying that, and we all know that, and that's not a shocker. But when you hear them admitting it, that is a different feeling, know, because it almost helps me because, and I know that we all have this in our DNA. Is when someone is doing something and we all know what they're doing and we know they know what they're doing, and you just want to say, I may not be able to stop this, but I just want you to know you're not fooling me. I do see what you're doing. I do know. Mm-hmm. And I wish you just admit it. Yeah. And when they admit it, I don't know, I guess there's a little bit of elation for you to go with it. Well, there it is. So here it is, and this is it's a staffer for CNN who spoke to an undercover journalist about the political motives the network had during the 2020 presidential election. Again, we all know this, but to have an undercover person get them to say it and then record it, it feels a little different. So
a little justification.
Here it is.
I think we got him through this term. We would always show shots of him jogging, him in aviator shades, and like you paint him as a young geriatric.
We were creating a story there that we didn't know anything about. So that's I think that's propaganda.
Look what we did. We got Trump out. I am 100% going to say it, and I 100% believe it, that if it wasn't for CNN, I don't know that Trump would have got voted out.
Our focus was to get Trump out of office, right? Without saying it, that's what it was, right? So our next thing is going to be for climate change awareness.
Do you think it's going to be just like a lot of fear, like climate?
Yeah, fear sells. Fear sells.
So and there he is. So
this is one of the guys behind the scene. He's one of the directors, producers that are making the programs, deciding what stories go on the air, deciding how those stories are going to be presented. And he's clearly showing his agenda, political agenda, behind the scene, trying to sway you. They're not presenting the news. They are trying to program you.
And I hope you heard the last question the undercover journalist asked. So climate change. And he admits, this isn't, oh, Rick and Bubba, they're climate deniers. It's not us. But what about Orange Man? It's not Orange Man, okay? This is CNN talking directly, looks like at some bar, to this undercover journalist, and they said the next thing we'll focus on is this climate change. And then the person says, what, did you mean for fear? He said, oh, yeah, fear sells. Now, y'all have heard us say this on this show over and over. And so, well, they're looking through the lens of their worldview. Orange Man, man. But here are the very people that you think are telling the truth, admitting to someone they're not. They said they're doing it to scare you. They say fear sells. Now, we all know that, but then it's easy to say, well, that's typical from the climate deniers. But you just got inside their world. They sit around and they laugh at all of you. I'm just telling you, they laugh at you. This is nothing. Journalism has turned into mainly propaganda. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's it. And here's the thing. If it is true, and if the facts are overwhelming, why are they worried about selling it to you? Why are they worried about using fear to sell it to you? Couldn't they just tell you the facts and you go, well, clearly there's a problem here? No, this is, and really, Rick, it's means to another justification. It's not about saving the planet. It's about getting more control of you.
Yep.
Because, look, our founding fathers that started this country knew human nature. They know and they knew that human nature is to dictate to other people how they can live. That's why societies have captured other societies. That's why there was slavery. That's why there were all these things. People want to dominate other people. It's part of the evil nature of humans. And that's why our founding fathers tried to make sure that whoever was in the government, no matter what party, no matter what ideas they had, they were limited how they could influence individuals' freedom. And it was brilliant on their part to think that way.
And if I have control over it, and the tech companies are already in control of these things, and you look, it was funny yesterday that Sherry and I were sitting around and discussing all this, and we just pulled up the 10 wealthiest people in the world, and it is just riddled with technology. These are the most wealthy, powerful people in the world. Mainly, I think there's a few exceptions that have been, part of something, a business or an idea that's been long going. Most of them have dialed into the technology control, and that's where they're new to the list.
Yep.
Because of their place in the world of technology, which means, guys, and you're saying, well, Rick, how do people do it? Well, and I know we can think for ourselves, and we need to, but if you go to the resources to think for yourself, but then people are controlling those very resources, you really got to work to get to something, because I can just take a story and just like we talk about with climate change. If they decide they don't want to interview any climatologists that don't believe in man-made global warming, and they do exist, by the way. You could get the Limbaughs and the Hannitys to interview them every now and then. But they're going to be, then what happens? Well, if they don't believe that, then you can't really trust them. They're not real scientists. No one will just tell the story that scientists agree and disagree on different aspects of our role in climate. There really are more than one point of view, and one is not the one that if you have any sense you believe and the other isn't. There really is an ongoing discussion about this. We have not found out and discovered this, but if I work, just like we talk about with documentaries and these YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Look, it's according what's the last video you watched? Is it a video to convince you this point, or is it a video? The world of kicking back, listening to both sides of something, listening to various people who are knowledgeable talk about things, and then you using your logic to kind of decide where you think it falls. It's almost like that ability just doesn't exist anymore. But we better learn it, because you can't just sit down and trust or what you're watching. You can't trust what you're Googling. You can't trust what you're seeing on social media. So you're going to have to find some way to gather information as you can, and then logically reason out where do you really think we are. And you just heard a person say, and we can talk about the Trump part. That's pretty easy. But don't miss the comment he made at the end about climate change.
That's right.
And Rick, this is not the first one.
No.
We've had the people actually doing the research when their internal emails got leaked out that said, look, we got our finger on the scale. We're trying to keep government grants to keep the interest in this so we can keep getting funded to do our research.
Bubba, I had a young man.
I don't have any problem with research, by the way. But I do have a problem with you declaring something is the way it is when it is not 100% and it is not proven. Rick, for instance, and this is strictly anecdotal, but yesterday, day before, I forgot what day it was, I was watching Span, and he said, the high is going to be this today. It's very warm, but it's not the record. The record was in 1908, and that stuck in my mind. Why? Because 1908 was way before the automobile, way before the Industrial Revolution. But it was the hottest day on record in 1908. Now, why was it? It can't be because of man-made pollution.
No, it can't.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Look at Harry Murdahl in there ready to go. Look at Harry Murdahl in there ready to go. Radio legend. Phone screening sensation. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available, and it's your time to join the Rick and Bubba show. And based on how many lines I see available, you should be able to get in if you move right now, because the broadcast plaza and teleport is 10 lines strong. And then we start the phone troll, which moves the line rapidly and gets you through there. TheraBreath. Have you gone to TheraBreath.com right now and looked at the selection of TheraBreath products, all helping you reach the ultimate goal of maximum oral health? Because let's face it has a lot to do with your overall health. This is more than just dealing with bad breath, which it does. It certainly does that through the toothpaste, the mouthwash, and the lozenges that we love. But they also have products that help with gum disease, help with your immune system. So you want to go look at every dry mouth also, can be a problem. Go right now to TheraBreath.com or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll see them right there under the sponsors button. There's some coupons and some deals available there on all the TheraBreath products. That's TheraBreath.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Tommy in Pensacola gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Tommy, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
How about you, Big and How you doing?
Fired up and ready. Let's go.
Good. Hey, as I told Harry Murdahl, I'm day late, dollar short, listening to the podcast yesterday. 3 quick things. If Atlanta is 51% black by true definition of the word, aren't they no longer the minority? Number 2, if the law is to require an ID to vote, why are these communities not pushing the, hey, let's get everybody to the ID place initiative, getting that going? And then number 3, to the point yesterday, the guy about the felons, by definition, isn't a felon no longer allowed?
Yes, I think you're going to say if you are a felon in our country right now, you are not allowed to vote.
Well, it depends. Again, it's
the states and all that.
It varies depending on what charge it is and what states. There's some rules, I guess, that would be federal, but there's been a debate about that for a while. That some of these laws say if you're a felon, you forever give up your right to vote. Some people are saying, that kind of goes against the Constitution, at least in spirit, that if you serve your jail time, whatever it is, once you're over, you're done. You're out. You ought to be a full citizen again. So, that's a fair debate. But, some of the other things you pointed out, I think, are you have to take a hard look at.
Yeah, trying to follow it goes back to what we said at the beginning of Monday's show. The more you look at it right now, our society is just loaded with emotion, and we're lacking on sense.
Yeah.
Logic
has left the building.
Yeah. Randy, Pell City. Randy, go ahead. Listen to ZZK.
Hey, buddy. Love the show.
Thank you.
This is a little off track, but these crazy cancel culture clowns.
Yep.
I had a premonition on who they're going to go after next.
Who's that?
Winnie the Pooh.
Now, why is that?
And the reason, because he wears no pants. Look at Winnie the Pooh.
I don't know. I think the society that's canceling everyone would like for all of us to walk around with no pants.
I agree.
That
might show we're all a little different.
It's going to mess this no gender thing up pretty
I'm
good.
telling you.
Yeah, well, that may be the point.
Brandy, Decatur, 100.3 The River. Brandy, go ahead.
Yeah, I love your show, guys.
Thank you.
I'm just cracking up at the commercial every day about for people to listen on their devices, Android, iPhone, or BlackBerry. Who uses a BlackBerry anymore?
So where did you hear BlackBerry? Where was that? What commercial was that?
It's y'all's commercial. It's about to listen in. When you're away from your radio, it says Android, iPhone, or BlackBerry. I hear it every morning.
Is that on ZZK?
It must be a local thing.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But it's your guys' voices.
Yeah. Well,
they'll pull a run.
Yeah, I think it was for the app.
That's correct.
Right. I do know what you're talking about now. Well, I think they just included that because, that was a big part of the digital world out there. And I think I saw a story where they were revamping some of their stuff.
I got to tell you, I'm at BlackBerry.com right now. There are stuff.
But it was kind of the standard for a while before the iPhone came out. And, I think they were one of those companies that kind of had a death grip on the market and thought they didn't have to stay on top of it.
Right.
And it got away from them a little
There's
bit.
a BlackBerry security too, and then I don't know. There's all kinds.
What
of
about
phones.
BlackBerry Smoke?
They're in there.
Brian and we Dowie. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds, buddy. Lines are available if you want to join us. Go.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Good. Doing great.
All right. Hey, I just want to make sure Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, this is Greg, but anyway, I heard on Facebook they're supposed to be grand marshals at Talladega Speedway.
Oh, boy.
Is that true?
I don't think that one's true.
Probably not.
You know what? That may be the best example.
One reason I know because Kamala wouldn't go that close to the border.
Did he call her Kalama? What that guy just call her?
I don't know.
I don't know. But
Vice President,
she's
Vice
way
President
too far
Harris
south.
would not get that close to the border.
No, that's
after
too
she was
far
put in
south.
charge of this, she hasn't been there and hadn't done a press conference.
No. Can you imagine being put in charge of something? Everybody keeps saying they'd like to ask you about it. You're like, nah.
Especially when
if
it's
the
in a
Trump
mess.
administration acted this way, they would go nuts.
I know. Well,
But
see,
they don't care because this is their guy.
Joseph in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go.
All right, you guys, a week ago went through your Maverick call signs, and I was thinking of your Caitlyn Jenner names. It'd be the next letter of the alphabet, add 2 letters because it went from Bruce to Caitlyn. So Rick would be Sophia, Bill would be Camilla, Calvin would be Danielle, Michael would be Madeline, Greg would be Haley, and Chris would be Desiree.
I don't know what kind of sick game you're playing.
I don't even know what to do with that.
Bo said he's not participating.
I am not any part of that one,
Nope.
baby.
Not going to do that. Chris in Leeds, 104.7 WZZK. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just to touch back on something Bubba talked about with the space tourism show, Richard Branson actually talked about doing something similar in 2013. He was actually going to take contestants to a trip on Virgin Galactic to Uranus.
Okay.
Okay. We call that planet Uranus. Uranus. Yeah, I'm for just renaming it altogether.
I think so.
Yeah, it's too much comedy.
I don't know, there's a
in that.
lot of good jokes come off of that one.
Well, so you don't want to give it up, do you?
No, Rick, it's one of my favorite jokes every time we talk about the planet.
Who doesn't love it? Who?
Come on, who don't love that?
Who doesn't smile about it?
Yeah. So another story that we haven't gotten to today, and I'm just now seeing. Have you seen this Gary Player thing where his son has been banned from the Masters?
So I didn't understand it. I read it, and I'm like, I understand they probably have a no advertising thing, but what did he do? I don't even understand what he did.
He held up his dad's golf balls while
His
they
brand?
were that his dad uses during the Legends tee off. Apparently, he was in the camera holding up the golf ball, trying to get the logo up, and I think from what I remember, Rick, he didn't realize that he was really making a bad mistake, and he didn't want to just advertise the brand, but he just wanted everybody to see what his dad used or
So
something.
they banned him.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I read.
Yeah, they were introducing his dad and Lee Elder in that ceremony.
Yeah,
and so Wayne Player is his dad's caddy,
right?
And while they were honoring his father and Lee Elder, he's holding up the brand of golf balls.
Well, there's no doubt he's doing it on purpose.
And now he says in his interview with
is
Golf,
that right or is it upside down?
That's right. Pro
That's
X.
right. Yeah.
Something Pro X.
But anyway, according to his interview with Golf Digest, he said there was zero intent to advertise the brand. The only thought from that point was that it would be cool for fans to know what ball my dad was teeing off with you.
Okay. You're going to tell me that company didn't
by the
go,
way,
hey, but if you can get that on.
That's where it ends. If I've hurt people's feelings, and I'm truly sorry, and I hope they will forgive me. But he has been banned.
And when I saw the headline, I was like, man, what did he do? And then I saw that, and I'm like, oh.
I gotta
Rick,
tell you
speaking of somebody that's been lifetime banned before from something, they can redo that.
It looks like he just held up a sleeve.
It really doesn't mean
But I got to tell you, I like what he's doing.
That just means lifetime right then.
I like what he's doing. I mean, that's somebody.
It looks like he's just hanging out, and he just the whole time he's holding a sleeve of balls up.
What if he'd have had a necklace with one of the balls hanging on it, so you could clearly read the name of it? That'd be good. Well, that's the only way you could get away with it, other than holding the sleeve up. The sleeve would be a little heavy around your neck, I would think. Well, looky there, break time again.
I love
Those things just come along.
He
Don't
made
they?
eye contact with everybody in here. What do y'all think?
Yeah, where you gonna let that go?
He said there was zero intent to advertise.
There it is.
There it is. Zero intent, Bubba.
Other than me wanting everybody to know what it was.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. So we're getting updates out there in the world of protesting and peaceful riots and the burning and looting and so now you would think this is the time for the far left of our country to go out there and just immerse themselves in the support of all the especially those anarchists that say, if you've got situations going on with anyone in law enforcement, the answer, of course, is just to not have law enforcement at all. Just completely, and we've got a number of stories about that today. But in this particular case, Andrew Yang, and Bubba and I the other day, and I won't say where we were. Do you remember that? Why can't I say it? What's wrong with that?
Just don't.
We stood there like we had found a dinosaur relic. We didn't know what we were looking at. We actually saw an automobile with an Andrew Yang bumper sticker on it.
Are you serious?
In this state, it was odd. It was strange.
That's that one person because he's going to give her about $1,000. Remember?
Oh yeah. So anyway, he went.
Yin yang.
These were. This is some of the more protests going on with the death of Dante Wright. These are bike protesters in New York City.
So they have their own little bike group.
They're
going
to ride in Central Park, and they're protesting the police shooting in Minnesota.
That's correct. 150 cyclists.
Right.
Yeah.
And Andrew Yang shows up to be part of it.
Okay. Yeah, and they don't want him.
And they run him off because they claim he's pro-police.
Pro-police.
Pro-cop.
Just because he didn't want to disband the police totally.
So that's such a great idea.
Watch him when when you create angry mobs and then they turn on you. It's kind of funny to watch. Of course, they've got their mask on. Nobody panic.
Right.
So
we don't want you here. We do not want you here, and you are not welcome here. Do not use our protest for your publicity. We don't want you here.
Where's his cold face?
She can't get her bullhorn to work.
Where's his cold face? We not want you. Are they yelling shame at him?
Yeah,
and watch it. He rides off here, Rick. Keep watching it.
Oh, he has it. He's on a bike too, huh? So he's gonna ride with
he come out there to help protest, but
so I guess
they
he's
figured out
he
was part of the problem. So they run him off.
They went after Andrew Yang. This means if you
who's running for mayor of New York, by the way.
Okay,
let's step back. Just let it happen.
Yeah,
they're eating their own.
Yeah,
let it go.
So there you
left
go.
on left.
Yeah.
In Minnesota, police have arrested more than 60 for rioting and other offenses.
And it goes to what we were talking about yesterday, Rick. I think, again, you have public opinion on your side about reforms.
Yep.
And you're going to blow it again because it's going to turn into rioting. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that agree, think that something needs to be done, but the minute you turn into a rioting mob, which is illegal, you're breaking glass, you're burning down people's property, you lose their support, no matter what your cause was.
Yep. Well, and the problem is,
they haven't really learned. I mean, Dr. King did it the right way and won public support, and the track record is there for you to look at, and they're going right against it because they just can't. They're not really in it for that cause, I don't think.
Well, and the majority of those doing that, they don't no more care about this guy getting shot. They just look for an excuse to cause mayhem.
Yeah,
that's what they do. They were probably excited to hear it that it happened.
If they
got to act up.
Yeah, if there were more of sincerity in all this, and we're ready to talk about the entire story. And we do know. I mean, everyone seems to. I mean, the body cam shows it. I don't think there's anyone denying the fact that this person in law enforcement mistakenly shot somebody they were trying to take.
And they'll be dealt with because of it.
And they'll be dealt with because of it. And I know that won't bring him back. But then we also have to talk about the bigger picture. And let me tell you what's not the bigger picture. Removing law enforcement. I mean, guys, that's just
Rick. This idea of doing away with police, and I've heard the term community policing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's called gangs.
Yes, and that won't be corrupt at all.
And we've tried that format in places like Somalia. It doesn't really work out.
No, we're going backwards
because there is no answer to authority. There is no due process.
No.
There's always going to be people that break that and don't do right. But when there is none, it's going to be pirates and
they're going to
gangs.
strong arm each other until the strongest will be in charge, and then a group will take them on.
Right.
Then,
Guys,
You're just talking about civil war then.
Okay, so here's the thing I want you to understand. We are not saying this as a theory. We saw it in Portland and Seattle.
Yeah.
We've already seen it.
And around the world.
We've already seen it in world history as well. All that happened in the Seattle area of lawlessness, and let's all govern ourselves, what happened? People who established power then began to rule over those that didn't have any.
Right.
And then people started raping
Human
people,
nature.
started stealing from people, started hurting people. This society, it's even in the Bible. I know some of you don't like a biblical worldview. I got that. But in Scripture, it already makes it extremely clear that however you think we are the way we are, we believe that there was a fall of mankind, and the Bible makes it clear. And because of that, human beings are unable to police themselves, which is why governments and law enforcement was established mainly to punish people that don't know how to act.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot take this society and turn it into a lawless, anything goes, no law enforcement, community police, social workers. It will not work. And the reason why we know it will not work, it's already been proven not to work. And I know former President Obama is weighing in, saying we need to rethink law enforcement completely. I tend to think that we need to talk about, and we've said this on the show for so long, I'm exhausted with saying it, and I know some of you are exhausted in hearing it. We live in a world that does not want to take problems and look at them from top to bottom comprehensively. We want to grab a piece of it that makes good fodder for maybe something I'm trying to advance, and meanwhile, we're not solving any of the problems because you have to talk about the whole thing. It's unfortunate, and it doesn't mean that you deserve to be accidentally shot, but Dante Wright was accused of choking and robbing a woman at gunpoint. That was one of the arrest warrants that were there. We also know that Dante would not follow with what police were asking him to do, tried to resist, tried to get in his car and flee. Those things also played a role in this happening.
Yeah.
Rick, also, there's three people who have heavily criticized this. Former President Obama.
Oh, yeah.
Congresswoman Tlaib and AOC.
Yep.
All three of them have armed people protecting them.
Yep.
Bubba made that point
That's
earlier.
an easy speech when you got your own personal protection who have automatic weapons, by the way, that you're trying to outlaw, protecting them.
Yeah, let's start there. Remove them.
Do
Start
away with your Secret Service coverage. Do away with the Capitol Police. Then make your statements about getting rid of the police. It will mean a whole lot more.
Yeah,
I still don't
really
agree
believe
with you, but that means you're really into it.
Yeah, you believe it.
Bubba said he is correct. Tlaib calls for the complete to abolish the police completely.
Yeah, there's a reason there's a reason they're wanting to do that too. They have another plan for substituting the police. And just look into it.
That's a good point.
The Nazis did the same thing. They wanted to do away with the local police so they could put in the state police to make sure everything was okay, and they did, and you see how that worked out.
Yes.
But unless we're willing to talk about the entire problem, nothing's going to be resolved.
Wake up, people.
And it's going to continue to happen. And you're just going to trade one thing for another. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you